Hey guys, looks like we're live. Let me know if you can hear me okay. We'll get started in just a second. Come through. All right. Yeah, I think we're on. Okay. So what we're doing today is going over the Nimble Design Jam Adventure winners. So let me just refresh here and make sure everything's working okay. I think everything. Hey Vish. I think everything's working okay. Okay, so recently we just ran the very first Nimble Design Jam. So the announcement for the winners is here. If you guys want to check that out, but I wanted to quickly show you guys something new that I added. This little hey, psst, psst, hey, psst, you want a free dragon? So I set up a new sign up form for the Nimble newsletter. If you guys want to sign up for that, you get a free a legendary ice dragon named Iskarith the Frostborn. It's pretty cool. It's supposed to send it to you right away. I think it's not working right now, but I'll go ahead and sign up. I'll get it sorted out. I've got to chat with the support people about why it's not sending. But I'm gonna be sending out. It says I'm getting no data. Is it go live? Are we live? You guys tell me if you can hear me. You're live. Okay. OBS is acting weird. Thanks, Centuric. So if you guys want to sign up for that, you definitely can. I'm going to be sending out a newsletter, roughly once a month because I've got like the people who are following on Patreon, but not everybody sees that. I've got announcements on Discord, not everybody sees that. And then I've got the backer kit people. So like having everything all in one spot is sort of a good thing to have. So I can just do one email and just everybody sort of sees it, and you can just hit reply to the email and it'll go right to me. So there's a little pop up there, or if you want to scroll to the bottom of the page, there's the free sign up thing there too. So let's go ahead and take a look at the adventure design. Yeah, down at the bottom. Yeah, it wasn't working for a second for some reason. So big congratulations to Pablo De Pena, Finley Overland, and Tyler Overland. Mateo Gristki, first, second, and third place. But I was really surprised by the number of like additional, very, very good. Angela, hey Miko. Um, the number of the overwhelming number of other adventures that were submitted. So we're going to be going over some of those today. Before we do, website. So I want to. So the first bit of commentary that I'm gonna give on most of them is that the goal of the Nimble Adventures is to be super tight to make prep as easy as quick as possible. And fewer words generally equates to less prep. Um, and you can have a solid adventure at 800 to 1,000 words, but that was a little bit tight. I found myself wanting like just a little bit more information in a lot of the adventures. So what I ended up doing was, let me just grab so like currently, let's go to the GM guide real quick. This is the soft cover preprint version, if you guys don't know what this is. So currently the adventures, let me just open up to one of the adventures real quick. So currently the adventures are, this is unbound, this is just print proof from the printer. So currently an adventure is sort of just like one spread, okay? And we can do that largely because before each spread is sort of like this background information that gives you a little bit of additional information. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to have each adventure be two spreads. So this page would be like a big piece of splash art with a title, sort of similar to how. Let's go to. Let's go to the. Where is it? Where's the? Had I been more prepared, I would have put a bookmark there. So similar to this. So the first spread is going to be like a piece of splash art, the title page, and like the background information. like the what's going on. Here's the quest hooks. Here's some items, like the stuff that you don't need to see immediately, like constantly while you're running the adventure. And then the next spread, ooh, there's a little goblin. The next spread is going to be the adventure itself. So if we sort of tweak the layout like that just a little bit, um, that's similar to how the crab adventure is. So the crab adventure is a trifold, so I added a little bit of additional space. And again, this is just another print proof that they didn't fold. But just to sort of show you, we'll do a quick and dirty folding here while we're live. So this adventure would fold something like that. And it's not trimmed or anything. So we've got the cover, we've got the back, and the inside is sort of where the guts of the adventure is. So it's going to be similar to that, except instead of a trifold, it'll just be 2 spreads. So if we do that, then we can support 1,600 words up to 2,000 words. So roughly twice as many words. Yeah, I love the Trifold Adventures too, but not a lot of printers, unfortunately, support that format. You'd be surprised how few printers support that format. Pretty much every printer will print out like a zine, like this one from my buddy JP Couvert. So like pretty much every printer will support zines, like folded in half, but not a lot of printers I found support the trifold format. But it is a really cool format. So most of the adventures, most of the advice I'm going to be giving is like, let's expand this a little bit, give the GM just a little bit more advice. So like what happens? So like here's the room, and here's like 3 bullet points. What happens if they do X, Y, and Z here? What happens if they do like this or that here? Like just giving a little bit more advice so that I, as the GM, I can still think on my feet if I want to, but I don't necessarily have to. There's some really cool ideas there that are already spelled out. And some of the adventures that had sort of a like more of an interesting, like higher concept, like different concept rather than like going from room to room to room. So I think like this one, the Track of Treachery, was really cool. It had like a different sort of layout. So and it needed like a little bit more. It just needed a little bit more space to sort of help the GM make sense of it. So most of the information, most of the feedback is going to be surrounding that, like which areas can we like add more information to, and that sort of thing. I think it makes a lot of sense having all the narrative text separate from the preparatory text. Yes, exactly. And if you ever want to, if you need an item, just flip back to the previous page. So like flipping one page is easy, but like when adventure has like 5 or 6, or like a chapter in like a built-in D&D module has like 5 or 10 or 20 pages, like it's easy to get lost in there. But if you know this adventure, like this spread has like the adventure guts, and you flip over one page, that spread has like all the background information, like the housekeeping information, like rumors, quest hooks, that sort of thing, items. Okay, so that's that. Let's go and jump into the adventures. I see Pablo's here, so I'm going to whoever is actually in chat right now. I'll go and do theirs first. So if you want to raise your hand for whoever whoever wants to go next, please feel free. Oh, some things that I've been working on also. I'm working on launching the newsletter, and it's going to be like news and stuff, but it's also going to be featuring the partner spotlight program. So the first partners that I'm going to be featuring is not like partners like, oh, we're working together. It's just like people who are doing cool stuff with Nimble. The first ones that I'm going to be mentioning are Maia, who's doing a really cool Nimble actual play, and then the Nim Plus zine that I forget who's making that, but there's a group of people who are making the Nim Plus zine. So I want to feature that and have a lot more people see those 2 things. So I just want to like sort of highlight some of the cool things the community is doing. Foundry update. I chatted with Phil briefly. He's been super busy, but he's really he's yeah, Centuric. I thought it was you. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say anything. So Phil's been busy, but he's promised to sort of lock down, lock in, and finish up the Foundry module. There's not a lot left to it, so it's going to be very 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 soon. I want to be careful about he's got a lot going on, so he's doing really good job. And then Lewis H from the Discord, he graciously is allowing me to put up some of the cool tools that he's been making. onto the Nimble website. So that like I think there's like the homebrew item builder and homebrew monster thing, and then like a character builder type of thing. So I'm going to be trying to host some of those. We'll see how it works, but that's on the list. So a lot of the tools and things that were promised during the Back Creek campaign, we're starting to wrap those things up. All right, so let's go to the first adventure. So the last stream, I went into a good bit of detail on this one, so I'm not going to go into too much additional detail. Um, but let's go up to the tools, and I'll zoom in on these so you guys can see them a little bit more easily. So we go up to tools, word count. So yeah, we have a good bit of space, 600, 900 words, something like that, to add. Um, So we can sort of, just add a little bit of detail to like, wing shadow, to like what's going to happen with this or that kind of thing. For instance, the dead seagull stiff and wet. So what does that mean? Is this just something that we discover? Is this something that like the thing in the octopus pond would love to eat? That sort of thing. Just a bit of additional, information like what can we do with the dead seagull? Fire lightning makes them attract. That's cool. Uh, could they make like, could the heroes make some sort of like nature craft check or something to be able to tell what these kinds of things are and like their weakness? So like as a GM, I could figure that out. I could just make it up. But if we have the space in the adventure, let's go ahead and add that kind of thing. Um, and then like this one, like anything that like has an impact on the mechanics, I'd like to see that spelled out just a little bit more. The cool interaction with the bell as being the alarm, like what happens surrounding that. Um, so that sort of thing. So I'm not going to go into too much detail on this one, I think. And then the conclusion, I think the conclusion of this one could use just a little bit more. Like I love the idea of Captain Bloodbraze escaping. I love the idea of this guy like chasing another redhead. Like that kind of stuff is hilarious. Um, but the like what just sort of fleshing this out a little bit more, like thinking about like if you were to hand this to someone else and they were to run it, what questions would they have? What areas would they get stuck on? That sort of thing. Finley, hey Finley, having a long one. Yeah. Okay. Uh, why can't I see your duplicate? There we go. I had to scooch it up. Okay. So Pablo, you let me know if you want me to go into more detail. But since I went into a good bit of detail on this one last time, I'm gonna just sort of go through that one quickly. Okay, the long wedding. Long wedding. This one was really really cool. And I think part of it was because it had a lot more words. So I wanted to give everybody that same. Oh, we could just do this. Oh, that's cool. I want to give everybody that same benefit of like being able to flesh the world out just a little bit more. So let's go and read through it. We'll zoom in. Zoom. Okay. Wedding in Hopkirk, love that name, between Marin and Draina has been hijacked by the bride's in-laws, a mysterious Fey family from the deep and Elderworld, twisting the celebration to a ritual to summon their hedonistic patron, the Emerald Bride. The wedding has been going on for weeks. Okay, so the first thing that I might want to tweak is the name of the adventure. So the name of the adventure. So the last song, the Cloud Whales, is 5 out of 5, like 10 out of 10, like solid name, like no comments. This one is like 3 out of 5, 7 out of 10. Like it's good, but it could be better. So the long wedding, like it sort of implies to me like, oh, this is gonna be a long and tedious adventure. We don't really want to imply that. Um, so like, can we tweak it to like lean into the Fey vibes a little bit, or the forest revelry, that sort of thing might be cool. You'd have some ideas for a sequel adventure, at least some sort of chase sequence. Yeah, that'd be cool. So we might be able to include the chase sequence here or in a follow-up adventure. But I think like her getting away is really neat. Rather, so like a lot of like TV shows back when I used to watch TV shows, they would just be like the beginning, middle, end, and like it's just a single like a siloed show. But sometimes they would like introduce some character, a bad guy, and they would get away, and then like leave a cliffhanger for people to. You can pin word count, yeah. So I like the idea of like the bad guy getting away and then like causing more shenanigans. Okay. So there's a wedding between presumably normal dude and a fae person. And then the in-laws are using the opportunity to summon the Emerald Bride. So, question: Why would the in-laws need to take over the wedding to summon the Emerald Bride? Did they need a certain number of um, revelrous partygoers to help summon it? Like the more partiers there are, the easier it is to summon the Emerald Bride. So, just sort of some questions. The wedding has been going on for weeks. Like I love that idea. That's really funny. The in-laws' appetite for revelry is insatiable. The bewitched villagers' animals are exhausted. Someone has to stop this wedding. Love the idea. Love the idea. Quest hooks. So we could flesh it out just a little bit. So this information is a great resource. So a lot of these adventures are sort of set up as mysteries. It's not like a whodunit, but it's more like, well, what's going on? The players sort of figure out what's going on as they play. If you guys aren't familiar with Justin Alexander with the Alexandrian, uh, he's got a great book. So you want to be a game master. It's big, thick, chunky book, but there's an audiobook as well if you want to check that out. But a lot of his content is he puts available for free online on his YouTube channel, as well as I think it's the Alexandrian.net. But if you just search the Alexandrian Mystery, this first video is one of his more famous posts on his blog. Um, he sort of walks through like how to do a good mystery in an RPG in a tabletop setting. So if you guys let's watch that, listen to that, or read the articles. And on his website, there's, if you just search mystery, you'll find a bunch of articles there as well on how to set up a good mystery so that it's basically you don't want to lose people as you're setting up the mystery. We want them to like every few minutes, like clues are being revealed and they're starting to understand more and more and more of what's going on, and at the end they fully comprehend what's going on and they can really engage with the story. If by the end of the adventure they don't really understand what's happening and why it's going on and why they were needed to help, that if all of those questions aren't answered, it's going to be sort of an unsatisfying adventure, at least less satisfying than it would be otherwise. So for a lot of these, can we explain better why this cloud whale was what was stolen? Like it's cool, like they're harvesting the oil from it continuously. That's a cool idea. So the GM knows that. Do the players have enough information to know that? Perhaps. Okay, so why are the in-laws taking over this particular wedding? Why do they want to summon the Emerald Bride? Why, why here? Why now? Why us? Like those kinds of questions. But their appetite for revelry is insatiable. Like, cool, yeah, they're fey. That makes sense already. The villagers' animals are bewitched and they're exhausted. Hilarious, funny, makes sense. Someone has to stop this wedding. Oh yeah, so some people from the outside have to come in and sort of fix this because like people who aren't already bewitched. The hero's favorite tavern is closing. Its barkeep explaining they've run out of drink from some overlong wedding. Their last outward delivery never returned. Okay, that's fine. A noblewoman Gladys asks the heroes to search for a son who disappeared after leaving for a wedding. Okay, that's fine. We could probably up this one just a little bit. Noblewoman Gladys. A reward after the last adventure, alongside payment, the heroes are given an unopened wedding invitation. Out of all of these, this is my favorite. So out of all of these, this is my favorite. Sort of the typical quest hook is like someone asks you like, "Oh, my dad went on this trip and he never came back." So that is a very typical thing. So could we tweak this one to be a little bit more interesting or a little bit more unique? But I've never heard of this kind of quest hook before, and out of all of them, that's the one I would pick. Maybe this one second, and then this one third. Traveling encounters: bridge blocked by an upturned cart. Its driver Sandals the cobbler. So this was a little bit difficult to understand for me to read. What I think it's saying is there's a cobbler, someone who works on shoes, and his name, yeah, unopened invitation as a loot is amazing. So it's a cool to have that as a loot, and it's a cool quest hook. Like it works on multiple levels. So there's a cobbler, but his name is Sandals. I think is what the intent is, but it's this was confusing to read. So like uh there is a sandal who belongs to the cobbler, or like, okay, so there's an upside down cart and a man sits on it dejected. Um in So like shifted with a DC 10 might examination check. So okay, so we can move this cart out of the way with a DC, like with DC 10 skill check. Why would an examination check move the cart? That so like we could explain that away pretty quickly, but this could read a little bit more clearly. Um, if asked, business is booming, but he never passes Hopkurt's gates. Okay, so so Sandals the cobbler, business is booming because presumably everybody is running out of, like, they're wearing their shoes out from dancing so much. Like that's cool, but I wasn't able to put that together immediately. I just now put that together. Like, I read through this once or twice before, and like just now reading through it for the third time, I was able to understand that, oh, the intent is Sandals the cobbler is like his business is booming because they're dancing their feet off, basically. Um, why? And it's cool foreshadowing. He never like they never let him inside the gates. Why is he? Is the upturned cart his, or is this just some other upturned cart and he can't get through? That sort of thing. So why is he dejected if business is booming? So cool idea. Let's flesh it out. Let's, make it more like, let's have all the arrows pointing in the same direction. So like currently there's a little bit like there's some thought that is like, it's like we want to get the people from like this point to this point like smooth, like all the arrows should like point in this direction. But currently, like Sandals the cobbler, like sort of like it's confusing to read, so it sort of points me this way just a little bit. He's like, there's an upside down cart for some reason. Why is the cart upside down? He's sitting dejected, but then business is booming, and then a mic check moves it. Okay, that makes sense. But then an examination check moves it also. Um, and then there's this information. So like there's a few threads that are pointing the right way, but there's a few other threads that are sort of like bringing us off the path. Okay. Uh, he could say like, business. I've never seen people go through shoes this quickly. Like something like just a little line. Like, what? That's weird. Like, what a weird thing to say. So why is he dejected, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, really cool encounter. Let's just sand off the edges. Field, birds seemingly celebrating too, decorating slumped scarecrows with flowers and laurels. Okay, so this is super cute. So this is like foreshadowing, not really much to interact with. Um, so we could probably cut this. Birds are decorating slumped scarecrows. So we could probably so birds decorating scarecrows with flowers and laurels. Like, this is strange. They maybe like insight check. They appear to be dancing. They appear to be like going through like this mock ceremony, like this mock a marriage ceremony. And if there's a druid or a storm shifter, like they can like turn into a bird and talk to the birds, like, oh yeah, we're celebrating, they're saying happy couple and we're bright, like, so like that kind of thing. We can clean that one up just a bit. The wedding fever. Two bandits are caught plundering an abandoned carriage. One snatches a ring and proposes to the other. So that's really cute. That's really cute. So I might say like they so so what will the heroes do if they see bandits plundering a carriage? Like, before the one proposes to the other, they're gonna like, all right, I'm gonna blast them, So we might want to say like, these bandits, like, they are in too good of a mood to fight. Like, they are too happy, they're too cheerful. They propose to like everybody who will listen, like both of them, like, something like that, to sort of give off the vibes of like, yeah, hey, if the heroes say, like, what are you doing stealing from the cart? And like, oh no, they didn't need it. If you want to, here you go, you can have it. Like they're in a good. This isn't a typical bandit encounter. This is like a unique encounter, foreshadowing like, oh, even the bandits are being really, really kind, right? So like two bandits isn't really worth like, it's not even worth rolling initiative for. So this is something else. That this is a conversation. This is foreshadowing. And you could just use the numeral 2 also. Like numerals, so like this, like 1, 2, stands out much more than like TWELVE. So like it saves space and it stands out a little bit more. So visual locations, and I really love the map. This was cool. So like we're like we the deeper we get into it, so like we can't go past the gates. There's a lot of dancing and everybody's sort of like like the birds are acting strange, even the bandits are acting strange. Like cool foreshadowing. And the deeper we get, the more we learn about what's going on. Huddled farmsteads hug town walls, emptied for the celebrations. Um, Okay, so the first sentence is like what the heroes would immediately see. So they would see. Uh, could we describe it a little bit more clearly for the GM, like huddled farmsteads? Well, what does that mean? Simple farmsteads on the outskirts of the town or outside the walls, um, completely empty. So like they would see that. Maybe a little bit simpler language. So like huddled farmsteads hug the town walls. Um, are they inside? Are they inside the walls? Are they outside the walls? You know, what does it mean that they're huddled? Like it's a little bit flowery. So the idea for this is to be easy for me to scan real quick and then sort of put it in my own words. Okay, so there's a bunch of farms outside the walls. Everything is completely empty. No animals, no people, nothing. Okay, so that's what they would see. They wouldn't see that it's empty for the celebrations. Um, right. So like this isn't helpful. This bit is helpful. This bit is helpful. So like for the celebrations, they wouldn't yet know. All furniture and possible decorations are removed. Currency left oddly untouched. Wedding invites stuffed beneath doors. Okay, so I would start with this. Wedding invite. So every house that you come across has a like an opened wedding invitation, like in the doorway. Maybe that, and then you would notice like, oh, all the front. So this might be the first bullet point. So like the first thing you go toward a house, the door is open. So maybe the first thing, all the doors are open. Like they didn't even think to close their doors. There's an open wedding invitation, like sitting in on the threshold of all the doors, and so those are the first two things you would see, and then the third thing you would see is like all the furniture and everything is left, um, and maybe like currency left oddly untouched. Maybe like that bit would be like on an examination check. So like you get a little bit of additional information if that additional information is like useful for the future. Abandoned carts pile up, a tired horse still tied. Abandoned carts pile up. So why would they be piling up? So it's not like cars on a highway where like, you know, like they would pile up, but like a cart would just sort of be sitting there. If rescued, so I do like this, a horse still tied to one. Maybe we could say like famished horse instead of tired because we say tied here, and that's a little bit of a tongue twister. If rescued, returns as a loyal companion at the adventure's end. Love that. That's really cool. Farm animals roam free, collecting decorations for their pens, trailing ribbons. Okay, so all of this is super cute. DC 12 perception check reveals jewelry among the piles. That's fine. Okay. Message scroll on the walls smeared out by rain. Makes out burn your DC 15, burn your letter, turn back. So I assume this is like someone, so this is like sort of like a warning. So what's likely to happen is someone gets 12, 13, or 14 and like, oh, here's these letters. Someone might like, some groups would like think this is like some puzzle that they need to figure out in order to move on, right? So we want to make sure not to put any bottlenecks in front of the players. Okay, the idea was the carts pull up for trade or curious and keep getting swept up and taken off the street. Okay, sure. Yeah. Let's clarify that then. So if we want it to be a message, excuse me, let's have like the message a little bit more clear. So like even if they got a 15 plus, like burn your letter, turn back. Like what does that mean? So it's maybe it could be like warning, wedding, stay away, like that kind of thing, or um, or like danger, endless festivities, escape while you can, like something like that. And then if they so like pretend it's that like that's probably not the best idea, but like pretend it's that like danger, endless festivities, like run and hide while you still can. Um, like so if they're able to like figure out so if they get the 15 plus they see the whole message. If they're able to figure out part of it, it's like warning, endless festivities, and then like the rest of the messages is smudged out, like that kind of thing, so that even if they get part of it, like they still understand, like the story is still unfolding, right? If they get all of it, the story unfolds further. But this like if it's just like sort of random letters, like there's no way they'd be able to like figure anything out with this. So rather than like interspersed letters, it's like the first half of the message or the second half of the message, and if they get it, it's the whole message. So something like that. Deliveries of wine, shoes piled by the drawbridge. A letterbox is cut into it. The It lowers once an invitation is offered. Okay, so I really like that. So generally, I avoid the things so that some tables would find a little bit undesirable. So like at my tables, we don't really talk about like wine and stuff. So deliveries of like cheeses and foods and like drinks. So like you can like broaden it out just a little bit. Um, Shoes piled by the drawbridge. So I don't, that one doesn't make sense to me. But this doesn't make sense. But so this part of this is the best part. Music and cheering echo beyond. So first we need to say there's a drawbridge. Okay, so the first bit of information here, the most important information, there's a drawbridge with a letterbox on it. Okay, so those are the two most important bits of information. And then the third is if you put an invitation in the letterbox, then the drawbridge will lower. Okay, so that is so like this is like the gateway you shall not pass thing. And then like the rest of it, like there's cheeses and shoes and all sorts of different things here. So are these like the new shoes that the cobbler that the cobbler left there? Are these like old worn out shoes? So the players might be thinking like, do I have to take my shoes off to enter? Do I have to leave like an offering of a cheese wheel to enter, like that kind of thing? Like, so the idea of offering an invitation in order to get into the party is like such a cool idea. And we've already said that like there's invitations laying around they can like pick up and grab one, like really cool idea. And if they just want to like jump over and climb the drawbridge, they certainly can. But like this is such a cool idea. We can clarify it a little bit. Um, but even then, a danger sign could make the party turn around, which would be bad. Yeah, so maybe it's not danger. Maybe it's uh, like maybe it hints at like the emerald. What was it? The emerald bride. The emerald bride comes. Something cool to like entice. So we don't really, yeah, we don't want to scare the heroes away. Like they're probably not going to get scared away like most tables, but like there might be like 5% of the table of people who play this are like, oh no, let's stay away. It said be careful, right? So maybe it could be something rather than a warning. Maybe it could be like a hinting at the lore of like who the Emerald Bride is, and rather than a warning is like one of the Fae people was like praising the Emerald Bride of like something something something, right? So if they get the whole message, maybe they learn a weakness of the Emerald Bride or why the Emerald Bride is here. If they get part of it, like they know that the Emerald Bride is approaching or something. Maybe she can only be summoned at a wedding. Okay, so Green Street. So really like this. I really like this bit. Green Street. So this is so this is like the city the city square sort of area. Um, Maypoles, and I had to look up what a maypole was, but I love those. If one had, say, a brewery and adventure, would it be fine if there was a calling box machine? Yeah, yeah, that kind of thing. That's perfectly fine. Yeah. Yeah. So I would do that kind of thing. So like for instance, in the GM guide, one of the adventures like had like some gruesome things, and there was a little call out box like, hey, if you want it to be like a little bit less gruesome, like do X, Y, and Z. Yeah, that kind of thing is fine. Because some tables they were just like, oh no, this one has like a thing where like a dog dies. I'm just not gonna run it. But you say like, hey, instead like the dog gets away, you know. Okay, well I'll run it. Like that's an easy enough tweak. But a lot of people like if the thing says this, like I have to do this. So if you guys are like into designing enough to where like you're submitting things for design jam, like chances are like you would see like if you ever saw something you didn't like, you would just change it. But like there is a certain percentage of the population where like if the thing says this, like like this is what it says, you know. So if we just like give someone permission to like this is another option, then that will remove that roadblock for a lot of people. Maypoles and flowers surround an outdoor banquet. People dance, laugh, and drink uncannily joyful. The food and drink here is cursed. If consumed, DC 12 strength save or overtaken with urge to drink, dance, and smile. Being harmed reverses the effect. Okay. So we could give a little bit of guidance on insight check or some sort of check to be able to like arcana check, like tell like, oh, that like this cheese smells funny, and not in like a funky cheesy way. This cheese is bewitched, you know. Um, but it's like it's a minor bewitchment. You know, if you just start slapping people around a little bit, they'll snap out of it. While some guests, or you can say like uncannily joyful. So the heroes may not notice that they are uncannily joyful, like too happy, right? But on a successful insight check, they might be able to say like have you ever seen like someone who's smiling, but like they're not really smiling, like their eyes aren't smiling. You like DC 10 insight check, like these guys like their muscle, like their smiling muscles look tired, their eyes aren't smiling, their eyes look, like something, right? So like we'd be able to see, we'd see maypoles and flowers like immediately, outdoor banquet immediately, people dancing and laughing and all that immediately. Uncannily joyful, that's something that they may have to uncover. Um, while some guests are cursed, others keep up the act under innkeeper Lyra's leadership, avoiding the ire of the in-laws. Okay, so some are like like I like this sort of surreptitious, the secret, the rebellion happening. So some are like sincerely engaging, and others. Like there's a handful of them who are like looking around and like they notice you and sort of like give you like the don't eat, they're doing something like that. So like how could the heroes um engage with Lyra and her crew, some of them are giving signals or some of them are doing something, that kind of thing. Someone pops their head out from the side, the alien says, psst, 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 don't eat it. don't eat it, that kind of thing. And if like one of them does like, oh, cheese, I love cheese, like takes it and grabs it, like, all right, they can role play like being cursed for a little bit, and then like just come here, and he slaps him around, and then like the curse goes away, that kind of thing. It doesn't even have to deal any hit points of damage. It could just be like a funny little thing, and that's how they learn that it's cursed. And maybe it's like a will save. I would probably say it's a will save, or like everybody make a will save. Whoever rolls the lowest, like it feels compelled to grab like what. So like they are compelled to grab some piece of food or something, and you ask them what piece of food do you grab. So like anytime you make a hero do something like that feels kind of bad. But if you give them the option, like, well, you failed to save, I will let you pick what at the banquet calls to you the most, and then they can sort of describe, oh, the meat and the sausages, or the cheese wheel, or the whatever. So that can happen. So like one of them sort of gets this and this and this, and then the Lyra or whoever can do that. So like that kind of thing, like we're setting it up, like we're putting on a platter for the GM, like this is how it can play out, like here's some cool toys to play with. So all the elements are there, but if we tweak it, like it's even easier. Um, so like making an adventure is sort of like cooking for yourself. Like if you're starting from scratch, like you have to go to the grocery store, you have to buy the groceries, you have to bring them home and prep all the groceries and all that sort of stuff. So currently, this adventure is sort of like a charcuterie board, right? Where like there's all the cool ideas are like laid out for you, but like even better is if we put together like some finger foods from those things, like already put together, already portioned, that sort of thing. Like eat this one first, and I'll eat this one, rather than like I'll get a cracker and I'll get some cheese and I'll get some salami, like, and then I'll have to put it together. So let's go ahead and put it all together for them. So is this kind of, you guys let me know, is this kind of thing helpful, or are we going into too much detail for some of these? You guys, please let me know. But the more we can prep for the GM, the easier, the quicker it'll be to prep, and the more fun people will have. So like they may or may not do it exactly this way, but if I've brain fart, like I can just like look at the next bullet point and like this is the next thing that happens. But like a lot of GMs, they'll have their own cool ideas and they'll add to it and riff off of it. But let's go and make sure it's there. Okay. One in-law, tiring out all other dancing partners, invites a hero to waltz. Okay, that's cool. DC 16, finesse check. On success, the dancer gifts a dancer's rose for their efforts. So I really like that. So this is cool. So like, this whole section might be like just a bunch of different like saving throws. So like this one, everybody make a strength saving throw. Whoever gets the lowest, this happens. Everybody make, or like maybe you can say like pick, who's the most interested in food? Who likes which character likes food the most? Make a will save. Which character do you think would like dancing the most? Make a dex save. And on a 16 or higher, like they succeed. So like whoever like is it like you're picked as a dancing partner. And then this one, another hero challenge, another in-law challenges a hero to a drinking. I would say like eating contest or drinking contest, like drinking or eating contest, like something like that. Um, so then this would be the strength save. So with a will save, with a will save, we have a dex save and we have a strength save. So like that would feel pretty cool, having a good like spread of all the different things. And then like once they've interacted in these three different ways, then maybe like Lyra, yeah, then maybe Lyra comes. Like, it's probably too late for like this. If someone is already bewitched, like she slaps them around, and says, "Follow me," don't eat. Okay, it's like that kind of thing is really cool. So I would have this bullet, then this one, and then this bullet. Like you would like, I would probably move this down lower, and maybe combine it with this one, just so that it makes a little bit more sense. So they enter this cool festively area, and they engage in all these different fun ways, and then like the story progresses. I really like that. Very helpful. Thank you. Okay, great. Zed, if we're doing everyone, I might get. Yeah. I'm probably not gonna have time to go into this machine. I really like the what do you grab brings. Yep. I won't be around modular. Okay, great. 2 a.m. incoming. Oh man. No. Yeah, we just started. Okay, yeah, feel free to check that later. Okay, help us. Cool. Rambling cat, charming tavern lined with garlands, holly, a fire roars. Cool. That's great. Bard Tefeo sings of an Emerald Bride. Love the lore introduction. If asked, they don't know where it comes. So just choose if Tefeo is like a boy or girl, because they is confusing. Like, are there multiple people singing, or is it like just one person singing? Like, if asked, he doesn't know where it came from, or if Tefeo's a girl, like she doesn't know where it comes from. They've transcribed the lyrics, trying to decipher them. So like an individual has, so like it just these kinds of words like read very confusingly. They've transcribed the lyrics, trying to decipher them. So is he trying to decipher the lyrics, or is this a self-referential thing? He's trying to like decipher himself, like the they and the them could be talking about the same thing or the same group of things. Blood of wine, thistle and thyme, dress of wax, and hair of twine. Love that. That is so cool. DC 18 lore check reminds the heroes of a tale of an obscure elder wild deity linked to endless rivalry. That's cool. I might add like a little thing. Anybody with a connection with elder wild gains advantage. Something like that might be neat. And then I would move this up here a little bit. A Bar Tefeo sings this. So Bar Tefeo sings, blood of wine, thistle and thyme, dress of wax, and hair of twine, and continues. Um, and then maybe like add like Emerald Bride to this, to the bit there, just so it like sort of reads smoothly. He doesn't know where it comes from. He's transcribed the lyrics, trying to decipher them. Okay. I don't know that it's necessary for anybody to like to have transcribed the lyrics or try to decipher them, but like I have no idea where these lyrics came from. Like I'm compelled to sing these lyrics over and over again. Villagers talk quietly, toasting the happy couple. DC 12 insight. Their tone is vindictive, malcontent. Love it. Impressed, each patron mutters their own Ethereum Hopkirk's miserable hexation. Give a couple of like options, like one rumor that's true, one rumor that's like partially true, one rumor that's false, like that sort of thing. And it can be pretty short. I heard this. I heard the Emerald Bride could only be summoned when like during a wedding. I heard X, Y, and Z. I heard the the happy couple fell in love and then like the in-laws didn't like him, so like they're doing this and this and this. They're summoning the Emerald Bride to convince her to not to say I do. Like yeah, like add a little bit of story. Interrupting, Lyra drags the party down to the cellar behind the bar. Cool. Cellar, dark, stark, contrast, dark, concealed. An iron horseshoe hangs above their stairs. Salt at the thresholds. That is really cool. That is really cool. So as someone who has read like a little bit about like fae and fairy stuff, like that is a cool thing. Like fairies are supposed to be like weak to iron and like salt and stuff. Like these are like charms and things to keep the fairy things out. So I would have Lyra like explain that. Like don't just expect people to know that. Like I know what a bugbear is. Not everybody knows what a bugbear is, right? So like I know what fairy things mean somewhat. Uh, Lyra points to the horseshoe above the thing and the salt. She says, "Mind the salt. Don't mess it up. It's keeping us hidden. It's keeping us safe from the fairy things. Fairies don't like iron or whatever." Exhausted patrons take small bites of rations. A woman is coached in dancing. Can't stand upright. Yeah, so like exhausted patrons, like they're binding the wounds on their feet, and they're like weeping to each other, that kind of thing. Yeah, like all of that would be like super super funny. Singular use of they. Yeah, like that kind of stuff is like super confusing just to read it. So like I would avoid that kind of stuff. Singular they is like a very very new thing, and yeah, personally I would avoid that kind of thing because it confuses me. Like, oh, there's multiple people now, right? And we want to avoid confusion whenever possible. Like if it's a dude and like no, I think I want a girl bard. Like I could just narrate it as a she or whatever. Like you guys can change whatever you want, but the initial reading has to be super duper clear. Okay, empty bottles and shoe piles are worn out from dancing. Yep, that's cool. Lyra warns the party of the food's effects, how the celebration has been endless, and the bride and groom are missing. Okay, cool. So maybe rather than missing, like they were last seen like here to like give the party a direction to go. They were last seen here, like because up until this point they don't know what else is in this town. So rather than missing, we can be a little bit more specific. I think this is the first time we've heard of the in-laws. So explain that a little bit. So what are the in-laws like? We need to say like, all right, here's the backstory. The dude he married a dryad or a fae person or whatever. Like explain what the in-laws are. Then you can retreat. Lyra asks the heroes to sneak further in, rescuing other villagers snatched by the in-laws. See what's become. So like yeah, rescue other villagers, give them a good slap around, and then like tell them to come here and they can rest up. That kind of thing is fun. Like the players would love to like just go around like slapping all the NPCs around. I think I think that would be funny. Wine-soaked tunnel route to Old Street. Lyra warns against a torch, or the whole place will blow. Okay, so I thought that was a typo. Like Lyra leans against a torch, but no. So he is warning. She's warning about. Yeah, don't bring a torch. Okay. Here's can venture in blindly with a hard skill challenge, or extract someone to guide them from the celebration with a medium skill challenge. Okay, so go ahead. I either cut this. So it shouldn't be like if I'm writing a script for like a comedy, like insert joke here, and then like the day we're filming, like it can't be like insert joke here, like there has to be the joke there. So like if there's gonna be a skill challenge, or like if you can if you can snap like so and so out of it, he can lead you through the tunnels or whatever, that kind of thing. Otherwise you have to go in blind, and what does it mean if you go in blind? So like, yeah, let's spell this out just a bit. It doesn't have to go into a lot of detail, but like a little bit of something I think would be good. And then I would probably move this. I would move this to like Old Street. I think, unless I'm misunderstanding where this is and everything. Okay, Old Street, Hopkirk Chapel. No. We skipped something. Aging bricks reclaimed by nature. That's cool. Maybe just a little bit more. Yep. +1 for NB bards. I don't know what NB is. A narrow street encroached with budding foliage. A floral-dressed in-law stands before four small empty vases. Okay, so like this is like, so all of this is what they would see immediately. So you go to Aging Street. It's a narrow street. There's someone standing before a bunch of empty vases. Okay, so this would be here. Okay, and then like you would have to like the first bullet point is like she's like bickering at some flower girls. They look really tired. They're like making arrangements, and they can't really figure out what in the world to do. Like, I don't know, we keep trying, we don't get it. The party may be able to deduce the correct order for flowers. So something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. So that is a common thing in the US. I don't know how common that is worldwide. But we might want to have like some sort of like, if they can't figure it out, if the figure awards a perfect bouquet, the flower girls are released. If the vases are broken, the flower girls trances too, and they freely flee. If they wish the party a luck as they leave, telling them of the drawbridge ahead and Okay, so I would make it clear like that this isn't something they have to figure out, but if they do figure it out, it's a bonus. So this is sort of like a side room. Okay, so this isn't like if we can't figure this out, we don't move forward. So that is a good thing. That is a good place to have a puzzle. So that is good. That is a good way to have a puzzle where it's like an optional thing for this like other potential bonus. But can we make it a little bit more obvious? So like for the GM, like seeing the answer. So like the other day, like my wife was telling me some riddle, and like I couldn't figure. I couldn't figure out this puzzle. This riddle is like what starts with L and ends in R, or no, what starts with E and ends with E and is one letter long. Like what word starts with E and ends with E and is one letter long? I couldn't figure it out. Like no, the E isn't a word. But then she said envelope. Envelope starts with the E and ends with E, and it's as long as a letter, right? Like the letter that you write. Envelope. There you go, Saint Eric. So like once I knew the answer, like it was obvious, right? But until I knew the answer, like there's no way for me to figure this out. So can we do something to make this just a little bit more obvious? Like maybe one of the girls like says the poem, but like says it wrong. It's like something new, something borrowed. No, something. And like I can't remember. Like give a little bit of a hint at what it is. Just a little bit more. I think there might be like maybe 5% of the people I think would be able to figure this out without like some additional clue. Um, and that would be like the person who was like just recently planning a wedding, that kind of thing. But most people would be like, yeah, I don't know. Like, no, I don't know I don't know what to do here. Or they'll try to talk with the in-law and like ask like, well, what do you want? And the in-law, like, why wouldn't the in-law just say, we'll have the gray, then the young, then the hybrid, then the blue thing. Like, just put it in that order, right? So like, why wouldn't the in-law just say that? This is a really cool idea, but it needs just a little bit of work, I think. Hidden area, a show match for the twisted amusement of onlookers. Most of the old street is blocked by thistles. Ooh, this is interesting. A DC 8 Naturecraft check from each hero to navigate the hero. So I would say like a DC 8. DC 8 Naturecraft check. So a Naturecraft check from like any one of them would tell them like what these thistles are. But like maybe a DC like a DC 10 like dex save, or they take like a D6 of damage. Or like you could say like a DC 12 dex save. They take they take 12 damage minus whatever whatever minus their save. So like if they roll a 1, well, they take 11 damage. If they rolled 11, they take 1 damage. Like that kind of thing is like clever. Like the more you failed, or like, yeah, you fell completely into the briars and like rolled around for a while, like trying to escape. Like that kind of thing is funny, and it feels fair, and it's a cool way to do it. It's like, yeah, so maybe something like a DC 12, because like DC 8 is like really like kind of too easy to even do. Like DC 8, like you'd probably just see it unless there's some reason you wouldn't. So like a DC 10 or 12, something like that, and then they take 12 damage minus whatever their roll was. So like the cheats and the deck save people, they'll feel great about haha, they're dipping and dodging, and then like the Oats Orange is like just sort of like just walks straight through. Okay. Arena Fairy Riders Pig Joust in an assembled course. That's super cute. I love how like we're leaning heavily into the theme. Villagers are placed in harm's way, dodging lances. If interrupted, fight 2 minions per hero and the presiding in-law. Okay, so this is super cool. All of this is super cool. So why and how are villagers placed in harm's way? Maybe so let's make it obvious that like the intended goal is this is an optional fight. Like the heroes can see this fight and like we don't want to mess with that. That looks like a tough fight, or they can like be heroic and like save the people. So like what like how can we clearly communicate that this is something that we want to save them? Okay. Like so maybe the fairy riders they are like chasing and jousting these villagers, and the villagers are crying help, something like that. I'm sure you'll come up with a better idea. A chest meant for the victorious jouster. So yeah, all of that is pretty sweet. There's a foyer show match for the twisted music onlookers. Various cage birds mimic voices stolen from around Hopkirk. Oh yeah, I remember this one. A sprite writes down the discordant lines, assigned the impossible task of composing a wedding speech. If the birds are spoken to, a speaker must make a DC. Okay, so all of this was cool. The cool idea is a really cool idea of like the difficult task is composing a wedding speech. Okay, but the heroes just won't be able to understand that's what's going on. So maybe there is a someone like an usher or someone saying like, please quiet, please. So and so is like focusing, trying to come up with an appropriate speech for the emerald. What is the emerald queen? The emerald bride, and he's like have someone explain what's going on. This guy is trying to come up with a speech. The birds are helping him. Something going. Whatever. Okay. If the birds are spoken to, the speaker must make a DC 12 will save or be unable to repeat any of those words back for 10 minutes. So I like the idea of like if they do speak up, how about like they can help, or they can hinder, and if they help, something happens. If they hinder, something else happens. Like, um, something else other than like they can't say those words, because like you can't stop me from saying pizza. Like I'm gonna say pizza, right? Um, so let's tweak that just a little bit. I love the idea of a speech. Let's make it more obvious. There's kitchen. Cramp mess of icing and ribbon. I think that's supposed to be cramped. The pantry, mice lying drunk among bottle scraps. I would say like full, like mice being drunk doesn't really make sense. I might say like they are like stuffed with cheese, or like cheese drunk, or like something like that. Like, because if it's mice, like their belly's so swollen with cheese that like their little feet like can't even reach the ground. Like that kind of thing is quite funny, I think. And then like someone might want to help the mice or whatever, or like taunt them with more cheese. Door from the pantry kitchen is overgrown with thistles, trapped. DC 10 deck, and you could just say dex save instead of dexterity save. For all nearby, on a fail, -1 speed as thistles stick into the skin. See if we move with a DC. So I -1 speed doesn't really make sense. So it doesn't make sense that getting stuck with a thistle would slow you down unless you stepped on them. But I do like the idea, like everybody nearby. So if it's opened, everybody makes a dex save. If your DC 16 is pretty high. What level is this for? Level 3. Yeah, DC 16 is quite high for level 3. Like 10, 11, 12 is more appropriate. So like whoever opens it gets a disadvantage on the save. Everybody else like can roll normally. Or whoever opens it makes a save. Everybody else gets to roll with advantage since they're like a little bit farther away. Like that kind of thing feels a little bit better. If you fail, you take 1 damage as you're stuck with the brambles. And if this is for level 3, the street with the thorns, the thistles, I would probably be a DC 10 since it's level 3. Okay, so on a fail, you just take 1 damage as like a thistle like pokes into you, and if you pull it out, then you take more damage unless like getting stuck with a thistle doesn't hurt so much. Like some of these thistles are like barbed, like it's sort of like an arrow, like it goes in this way, and if you pull it out, it's gonna like hurt you even more. So you can make a naturecraft check to remove it safely, or just like pull it out and take more damage. So that kind of thing is pretty neat. So like while you have it in, like you can't use that arm, or like I don't know, something like that. You can't use like two-handed weapons, or you can't use your shield weapon, something. You have to pull it out. Okay. In the kitchen, crowd of co-opted cooks. And what was in it? We should reward. So the pantry mice. So like maybe if you help the mice out, they'll tell you that there's potions inside the pantry that they couldn't get to. Hey, we heard there's some good things in the pantry, but we couldn't get in. There's too locked. And then watch out for watch out for the thistles. If you help them really well, like they'll warn you about the trap. But if you just sort of help them a little bit, they'll just tell you. And then the trap here, it's like you open the trap, and that's where the healing potions are. Okay, that kind of thing would be cool. But if the thorn gives like some sort of debuff, like that incentivizes them to want to pull it out, and the first one who pulls it out, they get got, and then everybody else sort of has to figure out this or that. In the kitchen, crowd of coffee cooks dash about wildly, timidly wrangle a violent wedding cake, but flee as the heroes arrive. The fairy treat, 2 fairy treat minions per hero, and 1 large fairy cake monster attack. Okay, so all of this is cool. So we haven't really had much combat yet. We had combat here in the arena, the foyer, and then another combat. So like this is like here is an optional combat, and then this one is like a mandatory combat. So I would probably move this to be the very first thing. So the first thing that happens is like combat, right? Once everything is settled, then you hear like the gentlest clapping, like overly stuffed mice are like applauding you, and they say, "Oh, hey, look, you look beat up. You look like you could you look like you could use a little bit of healing. If you help us out, if you help us out, like we'll tell you where it is. Like we'll give you a secret, and then it's in the pantry. Like, well, what could the mice want? Maybe the mice want more cheese. Like, but they couldn't bite through the rind, or the cheese is up on a high shelf and they can't like climb up there any longer. Like, get the cheese down for us. We'll help you. Yeah, we'll help you. Like that kind of thing. Um, that would make sense. Like that progression, like you have a fight, now you're beat up a little bit, we need a little bit of healing. Maybe not a healing potion, maybe it's like some sort of like magical thing, because like a healing potion they would probably want to like save a little bit, but if it's like some other healing thing, a healing potion might be fine. But you get beat up, like it's not often you have NPCs clapping for you, like that kind of thing, and then like there's a new like, so we have a nice little arc of how this works. Guest house, noble quarters fashioned into a jailhouse. Actually, let me go back up here. So this, yeah, this one didn't make sense. So like, yeah, let's clarify that one. I thought this was like to get to somewhere else. Guest room. All right, let's speed up a little bit. Guest room, noble quarters fashioned in a jailhouse. The room contains countless potential keys piled up or contained. A crowd of illusory prisoners clamber at the bars, each shouting their own suggestions on which one to open this. Oh yeah, okay. This was cool here. Heroes can repeatedly roll a D100. On a 100, they find it. So that's pretty funny. So like, they do it once, twice. They're like, all right, well, let's figure out a different way because this is gonna take forever. DC 15 examination check can change this to a DC 20, 16 and 20. Okay, so this might be a little bit too specific, and it might still be a little bit too hard. DC 12 insight, DC 18 perception reveals inconsistencies among the crowd. If the heroes make contact, they jeer and disappear, revealing real prisoners gagged and tied to the wall. They point out the right key. Okay. Grebber the blacksmith. So like it's a D100 to make it feel like, oh, this is impossible. This is going to take forever. So rather than going down to a D20, because that could still like take quite a long time. And the point isn't for them to like roll over and over and over and over again. The point is to like, figure out some of these other things. So maybe we don't have, I don't know. I'm not sure. Grebber the blacksmith, if freed, warns party. The rings he helped to forge have something to do with what's happening in the chapel. I'd like a little bit more information. Oh, the wedding rings. Okay, so I wasn't really thinking about that. The wedding rings. Second cell. Give a little bit more information there. Second cell holds delirious guests collecting wedding invites. He's written mad theories of an Nimble bride's ritual on one side. Tell me what the ritual is. But I do like that. If they're able to like figure out this. DC 16 influence. So I would maybe do like a DC like 14 influence, or like a DC 16 like finesse. Like you could just like snatch it out of his hand, or you can like talk him out of it, right? Or maybe the other way around. He's written mad theories of Immortal's Pride. So what does it say? So like here we're getting pretty close to the end. So Mateo from right below the Griffin here. I'm thinking I'm okay. Okay, very cool. We invited the bride. They can read. Oh, okay. This is what it says. The circle drawn in wine. We revelers her candles. We invite her, the bride, a gate. We her consummation. Can we clarify that a little bit? Just a little bit. Hubkirk Chapel, unhappy couple stands in a circle frozen in time. Above them, behind altar, the Fey aunt and uncle of the bride preside over the ceremony, turned violent in their devotion. They attack any who approach. So like them being violent in their devotion, that is more like a cultist thing and not really a Fey thing. Like I'd like to see like auntie and uncle like having a good time, like having a good, fun, playful time. Like this is like it's a wedding. It's all celebratory, like forced family fun day kind of situation. Rather than violent. Light dims as the patron. The Emerald Bride slowly manifests before them. Should there okay. Cool. Emerald Bride hovers above the circle in spectral form. A half bride, half flower entity flickers into being as the ritual continues. She attacks the heroes at will. So yeah, all of this is cool. Like if you remove the rings, she can be hurt more, that kind of thing. And maybe the couple like are yelling out at the end of the first round. This and this and this. Like they yell out some hints or something like that. Couple remain frozen until their wedding ring is removed. Once free, they spend their turns protecting one another, aiding the heroes. I love that. Or aiding the heroes. Like, how would they aid? Maybe they can interpose. They can interpose once each for the heroes if needed, for any of the heroes wherever they are. On death of the in-law, good riddance. You are not my family. He is. Like that is so touching. So like, and maybe like rather than death of the in-laws. So are they fighting the in-laws or are they fighting the Emerald Bride? We can clarify that. So rather than on death, like when like they are dropped to 0 hit points, they just like they're banished back to the Fey realm or something. On being freed, the wedding was meant to be for us. Our vows are of revenge. So I like this first part. I'll maybe tweak the second part. Loot. I liked all the loot. I think the green lance could be, tweaked just a little bit. Like, could it have just like a little bit of a Fey twist to it, perhaps? The in-laws are chased out. Animals return to docility. A real sober musical ceremony is held for the bride and groom. And I might having in brackets like no dancing, like that. That'd be pretty funny. Cool. Grabber offers to melt the rings to a minor weapon, magical weapon. I wouldn't do that, but him offering to melt the rings into some like anti-Fey charm or something like that might be cool. A room is cleared in the Rambling Cat, should the heroes ever need it. Love that. So all of that, great. So just like a little bit more like change it from a charcuterie board to like, ready, completed hors d'oeuvres. Hope that was helpful. Let's go to the next one. The Rot Below the Griffin. A bubbling mystery of culinary chaos beneath Far Hope for level 3/4 heroes, or 3 or 4 heroes. Mateo, if you're still here. Fermentation magic is leaking from a sealed pantry beneath the Gilded Griffin. Innkeeper Alara's ancestor, Brenna Molebramble, left something bubbling in the dark. Now food is coming alive. Okay, so the question is Brenna Molebramble, did she, so like, what's going on? Let's go and explain. So I think Justin Alexander describes it as the adventure and the GM are collaborators. Like the GM knows all the secrets. So Brenna Molebramble, she made this cool thing that like makes endless bread and like it helps Alara out and like she made this good thing. But I think later we learned like this like evil fungus comes and like corrupted it. Okay, so like let's tell all of that. So like Brenna, she was a fermentomancer, right? She did fermentomancy, so she was able to do this and this. Yeah, really cool adventure, Finley and Tyler. Are you guys brothers or something? I'm curious. So let's go and tell like what Brenna did, and then like Alara's been using this for a long time, but mold or whatever, something happened, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, and I really like the idea. I like how like when adventures have really high stakes, they can be exciting, but adventures with like incredibly low stakes is like also like fun and exciting in its own like weird little way. So city officials won't touch it. Factions want what's inside. Alara needs help fast. She begs the heroes to descend. So I really like my favorite. My favorite thing was, I think there was like a city inspector, wasn't there? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so the inspector. Okay, so I think this is the funniest thing. Like the city's not in trouble, the neighborhood's not even in trouble, but Alara is at risk for like lots of fines and paperwork, and the inspector is like coming, right? Like those kinds of like super low stakes things is like just feels really fun. Like it's everybody's expecting like the dragon is coming and the world is gonna end and like only you, that kind of thing. Like it'd be funny if like the guy I usually call to fix this, like this happens every so often. The guy I usually call to fix this is out of town, or he went fishing today. Like you're my only hope. Like until the next guy comes. Like something to like make it just like because this is a more silly adventure, right? The stakes are pretty low, but that's kind of the point. Okay. Marla Homebrew, Innkeeper, Valley's Rest. We could probably cut this. Marla Homebrew or any Innkeeper has received a desperate letter from her sister, Alara and Farhope. The food in her inn is alive and aggressive. She begs for help before the city inspector shuts her down. So I love that so much. She begs for help before the city inspector shuts her down. Very low stakes. I think the city officials, like it's not the city official, it's just like one inspector, right? And the factions don't really care. Like factions don't care about fermentomancy. It's like let's lower the stakes a little bit to make it a little bit more cute, a little bit more fun. Corn Redroot, halfling herbalist, believes ancient vault beneath a griffin contains her mother, a living ferment starter is said to awaken any food or curse it. If the heroes can recover a sample or any preserved notes, he will brew them especially. Okay, that's cool. That's really cool. What I would do, like this bit here, she begs for help before the city inspector shuts her down. Like I think that needs to be included in every iteration of this, just because I think that that's a fun way to set the stakes. But if this person gives the quest, or if Marla does, that either way is fine. The mages of the tower detect a strange magic pulse from the Griffin's cellar. Alara Voss suspects that the legend of the Mole Bramble Vault is true. She'll pay well for discreet investigation. Okay, yeah. So the mages, like they don't care about the fermentomancy. They just want like what the other thing, right? It's like they want the other thing. This guy wants like the fermentomancy thing, and like Marla, she just like wants the inspector off of her sister's back. And like maybe like yeah, we could complete like 2 of these or all 3 of the quests, like something that might be fun. Yeah, twins. All right, awesome. Sometimes I wish I had a twin. I just have 2 older brothers. Newcomers to Farhope are typically sent straight to the Gilded Griffin, the city's friendliest inn, the best meal under 3 gold pieces. And again, you just use a normal 3 GP. But lately, locals warn travelers with hushed tones, strange things are brewing in the cellar. Food gone funny. Best sleep with one eye open or bring your own bread. Don't order the sourdough. Whatever you do. So I really love having like things in quotes. This might be like 2 or 3 different quotes. Like just like break it up a little bit. Like you're talking to like 2 or 3 different people. Okay. So the Gilded Griffin was built over the Mole Bramble Vault, where Brenna practiced a kind of culinary necromancy, animating food with ancient fermentation rituals and yeast cultures. Some say this magic was benevolent, others swear it's evil. Okay, so there is this vault. Like the vault is the source of the fermentomancy magic, perhaps. So like, why did Brenna Mole Bramble use this fermentomancy? Like, she didn't want to wait forever for the thing to happen, or it makes her bread like double, like, it makes her bread rise faster or tastier or whatever, she did this for this reason, right? And using this magic. But like it's like oh, I found like a plutonium rod. I can use it to like warm up my mashed potatoes, like she found like this vault of like unspeakable power, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna use it to like make my bread rise quicker. That kind of thing is kind of funny. But we could clarify that. Whispering Bazaar merchants are furious. Rations delivered by the Griffin are walking off the shelves. They want the source found. So yeah, so this is this sounds like another quest hook. I do like it. I like that as a quest hook. Baker's Brendan's swears he saw brine white in the cellar. Let's go ahead and go to tools. Word count. Yeah, so we're at 1,500 words. So we could probably, cut 1 or 2 or 3 of these, or like combine them a little bit. I love that the food is walking off the shelves. That's so funny. We could probably cut that one. So the rumors and things are like ways to find out what's going on. Farhope sewer toads or rats, if you want to tie this in, okay, have started swelling, some to the size of bar stools. One guard insists is drinking Rana from the curse stand. Okay, yeah, so these sort of sound cool ideas, but they sound more like quest hooks than rumors. Honey Trap Hollow, a farm just outside Farhope, sweet-smelling beehive, size of a wine barrel, hangs from a tree. Okay, so we're heading to the city. protected by territorial bees. According to the beekeeper, the bees have been acting up since an explosion at the inn. If disturbed without precaution, the bee swarm stings the heroes. Okay, so this is a way to like figure out like something strange is happening at the inn. Okay. So bees have been acting up since an explosion at the inn. I don't know that the inn would explode. Maybe something else that makes a little bit more sense. Let's think of some other way that the bees, the beekeeper and the inn could be sort of collaborating and to make the bees a little bit cranky. Something that makes a little bit more sense. The Founders Memorial at the gates of Farhope, a memorial to Farhope's founders, bears a plaque with the name Brittle Bramble, among others. Not just a chef, an early civic leader whose food and arcane skills. Love it. Like that. That's really cool. And I would probably lower this lore check to like a DC 10. Memorial. Okay, so it's a plaque with just her name. Okay, so it makes sense that they would need to make a lore check. Maybe we could even say like Brenna Mole Bramble Fermentomancer. And then like so like they see that, so like we're already hinting at like there's some shenanigans happening, and then if they make the lore check, then they get additional information. So it's good to give them something, and if they make the check, give them a little bit more. Yeah, beekeeper could provide honey to the inn, but why would? Yeah, I was thinking something like that. Why would honey going to the inn make the bees go crazy? You know, like something like that. Yeah, I'd have to think about it. Dough limbs on the street leading to the inn, over-fermented batches of sourdough have come alive and broken out of the bakery, rampaging down the street. So is this in a bakery or is this in a... This is in the Gilded Griffin Inn, right? Include innocent bakers in the combat for heroes to protect. They will thank them profusely and reward Cruststorm Stone. I love that. Once per field rest, place one ration on the stone. Eat it to heal 1 hit point. 1 hit die worth of hit points. Yeah, that's cool. Sort of like a reusable hit die. Like that. We probably don't need this gain advantage on the next strength of will save. That's just something additional that needs to be tracked and easy to forget. So I do like the idea of a combat happening. Like maybe it's just like coming out of the sewers or something, like the sewers near the inn. Yeah, I just sort of wanted to make sense. I like the idea of like having innocent bakers in a combat to protect. We can say like if they are hit more than once, they'll go unconscious. And like if you know, if any remain conscious at the end of combat, then they get this reward. Something like that might be like just a little bit more clarity. Adventure locations: the Gilded Griffin common room. How many bakers? A dozen. Perhaps the beekeeper bartered for some of the inn's specialties during last delivery instead of gold. Yeah, that's cool. Something like that. Something like that might work. Yeah. Warm light overtone shares sharp, sour scent of overactive fermentation. So yeah, I would have this as the intro text, and then this as the first bullet point. Patrons shelter behind tables. Like so, like why are all the so like they would see the warm light, they would see the overturned chairs, and they would smell this immediately, and they would think, well, why are all the tables and things overturned? Well, oh, you see behind them, all the patrons, they're hiding behind the tables, right? A red-faced inspector paces near the frothing barrel room door. Yeah. So all of that is really cool. Alara is trying to keep everyone calm, but it's clearly overwhelmed. So we probably don't need an insight check here, especially since we have an examination arcana or influence down here. We could just like Alara is like clear, like she's trying to like, oh no, like give us a line to say. Oh no, everything's fine. This happens, you know. Please don't worry, Mr. Inspector. You know, that kind of thing. She begs the heroes to intervene before her inn is destroyed. Yeah, that kind of thing. And not before inn is destroyed, before the inspector shuts us down is probably like a better thing. Examination, foam oozing from the barrel room thresholds alive with fermentation mash, unstable, yeast rich and spreading. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Fester, the city's spoil warden. I like that. The spoil warden. Perspiring in brass trimmed leathers, prepares to declare the inn. Prepares to declare the inn a civic biohazard. And then so I might have in quotes like lots. So rather than like summon marshals authorized destruction of the lower levels, it would be like lots of fines and paperwork. Right. So I think that might be pretty funny. And then I would even say like the thinnest of excuses delays him. Right. Because like this guy like he could be saying like, oh, I don't need the paperwork, like why would you do this to me, like this happened last year, like that kind of thing. Like he clearly doesn't want to like police officers a lot of times like they're like, all right, like this isn't worth the paperwork for me, like just go on, quit your shenanigans, right? That kind of thing would be funnier. And like he's hinting at like, please convince me not to do this, right? Every few minutes, fermentlings, tiny animated ale foamers, ale foam hoppers. I would just say like, fermentlings, minions, bubble up from beneath the barrel room door and skitter across the floor. They hop onto surfaces and animate nearby food and beverages into chaos. Okay, so we have a combat here. So we just had a combat, and in the first one we have another combat. We probably don't need another combat. This could just be like a narrative thing, like the patrons in the inn are like they're throwing forks and cups at them, and they just like they that kind of thing. Like we can hold them off for a while, but not for long. Hurry. That kind of thing. We probably don't need a combat right back to back with another combat. The barrel room, dark, damp, hissing with pressure, like it. Wooden casks groan. So we could say dark, damp, wooden casks groan with pressure, or wooden casks hiss with pressure. We can simplify that a little bit. Thick foam, floor coated with thick foam. So like we'll start with the thing first, right? So learn how brains organize ideas. So this is from Dilbert blog. The Day You Became a Better Writer, if you want to check it out. Learn how brains organize ideas. Readers comprehend the boy hit the ball quicker than the ball was hit by the boy, right? Floor covered in foam, rather than foam is all over the floor, like that kind of thing. I don't know if that's the best example, but like that read a little bit more clearly. Thick foam coats the floor in patches. We just say floor covered in thick foam, like that. That just reads a little bit more forward. Fermentation active and sentient, responding to sound and movement. Okay, that's cool. Naturecraft. Okay, so naturecraft or perception might let them know, naturecraft or insight perception, something like that, let them know that the fermentation responds to sound and movement, right? So like later when they're fighting these things, like if you like they prefer to attack the character who moved the most last turn, like that kind of thing, or the character that made the most noise last turn. So that's a cool little like hint that they can learn. The barrels are near bursting. An examination check would reveal the barrels are near bursting. And maybe you could just give that to them, actually. Moving too quickly, more than 3 spaces triggers a rupture. So why would moving too quickly trigger a rupture? That didn't make sense to me. So this one should be, so like, yeah, so no combat in this room, but this room you should have combat. So like they come in, they're able to learn some of these things, and then like something happens, combat starts, right? Okay, crawlers, swollen ale barrels teetering on warped legs, hissing with pressure. So the keg itself is the monster, so like the wood and stuff is enchanted. That sounds cool, but why would the wood and whatnot be enchanted? Like if it was like a fairy fae thing, it would make sense that like this inanimate object was enchanted, but like the wood in the keg isn't animated. So maybe this could be like a foam elemental, that sort of thing. Because the barrels are so pressurized, the sudden movement could set them off. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, but I didn't really connect it here. So like this isn't a video game where like you can see them moving and stuff. Like they're just sort of in the room, theater of the mind, like moving, like asking questions and like talking and stuff. So like, how do we know they're moving too quickly? Let's just say like after they look around after XYZ, um, the cork pops, or like maybe give them a chance to like make a strength save to like stuff the cork back in or something to like avoid the combat. Um, but like the cork pops, and then instead of a keg crawler, like we can keep the stats and stuff. Like keg crawler, it didn't make sense to me. We could just say like it's a foam elemental, and it's like it's doing things. Pressurized burst, when hit, decrement armor by 1 and roll 1d4. It deals 1d6 acid damage to adjacent creatures. So we could tweak pressurized burst. So like pressurized burst, when initiative is rolled, everybody takes 15 damage minus whatever they rolled on initiative, right? So like if you're fast on your feet, the hot foam or whatever isn't going to hit you. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So pressurized burst makes me feel like the quicker you move, when initiative, like when the cork pops, like the less damage you're going to take. So you take damage equal to like 12 minus your initiative. So if you're rolling a 12 or higher, you jump out of the way, you don't get hit. If you roll a 3, like you're taking a bunch of damage, like gonna be a pressurized burst. Like that stinks. All the heroes still get to go first, but like that's a cool way to start combat. And if it's just so it's 1 per hero, okay, that's fine. Latch on. So yeah, don't worry too much about the monster. Like I'll tweak the monster, but that's a cool idea. So just think about what triggers this, what triggers this combat. What can they learn from this combat? And maybe we can say like, hey, the foam elemental always attacks whoever made the most noise or whoever's moving the most. Okay, they're sound or movement sensitive, and that can help like later perhaps. In the back, a trapdoor beneath ancient whiskey barrel. The cellar beneath is dark. Heroes descend into the depths and blind unless they bring a torch to the light source. That may or may not be necessary unless that's super important. The first room in the cellar, small stone kitchen. Walls covered in murals of communal meals. Lower in sight, this was Brennan's workshop for teaching apprentices. Quiet space where dough and students are shaped slowly. Love that. Love that. That's so cute. Chalkboard full of recipes and baker's percentages also bears the slogan, all sorrows are less with bread. I tweak this, all sorrows are something else with bread, like bread makes it better, like something like that. Brenna's mother starter jar. So I thought a mother was like a vinegar thing, wasn't it? I thought mother was a vinegar thing. So maybe it could be like Brenna's like sourdough starter jar, like Brenna's ancient sourdough starter, like something like that might make a little bit more sense. Like mother is a vinegar thing that's pretty obscure vinegar thing. I don't know if like dough has the same thing. Nourishing magical ferment once per day. Add, okay, that's cool. Will save as hero samples the faintly warm bread in the oven. They gain inspiration, but must relive a bittersweet memory. Okay, so I think I had some notes here. Let me give me 1 second. Let me pull up my notes here, because this was a super cool idea, but I wanted to tweak it slightly to make a little bit more sense. Give me 1 second. What adventure is this? The Rot Below the Griffin. One second. I'm getting closer. Yeah, okay. So here's the version where I did have some notes. Okay. So maybe Brenna, about the, like, it's dark down there. Maybe Brenna can offer like light scrolls, or torches or something. It's too damp for a torch to be of much use. Like, maybe she can say that. Try not to use up too many of them. They're expensive. Like something like that might be fun. Or we could just get rid of that. This guy, he'll take even the thinnest of reasons to delay. The sheer amount of paperwork I'd have to do, clean this up quick. Like that kind of thing would be funny. So this is cool. Okay, but the question I had is, how would the GM make this happen? Give a bit of guidance. So like, tell us about X memory that you had, and then like, all right, and if they do a good job at that, they gain inspiration. Like that's cool. But if they can't really think of anything, like you feel this, this thing start to well up inside of you, and then like it just sort of dissipates, and it doesn't work. Like something like that. But I do like, hey, if you can engage in this role playing moment, then I'll give you inspiration. Okay, east. So let's go a little bit more quickly through here. Copper hatch sealed with waxy glyph. It pulses gently, smelling of vinegar and honey. Arcana to disarm. West, open archway, frame, flower cake bricks. Okay, so up until here, we've basically been in a hallway, like, one thing then leads to the next and leads to the next thing. But now they can either choose to go east or west. Disadvantage on the next save. Okay. So maybe it could be like just poisoned, like poisoned for poisoning during the next encounter. West, open archway framed by flour caked bricks. That's funny. Warm air drifts through, touched with the scent of warm dough. Okay. Proofing hole. Still humid warmth, curved bricks. Let's go back to the original. Curved brick walls. Okay, so let's go back to like a little bit shorter or much shorter intro. Much shorter intro, and then like bullet points, because like, how would I describe this? Like this is too long for me to scan really quickly in the describe. It's something that I would have to like just read out loud. I would just have to look at it and read it. It's referred to Mother by Bread Bakers too, but yeah, probably would be the last one though. Yeah, Beard. Yeah, yours was cool. It's funny how the two adventures sort of work together. And what I was thinking is like, what if we could like have one adventure lead to the other, so maybe like this, the Rot Below the Griffin adventure leads to the next one. Like she sold some of this fermentomantic dough over here and to this other inn, and it's causing trouble over there. And maybe that could be the lead into to that one. So like, I'd love to see those two connected. Free block. Around town chamber. Okay, so I'm going to try to go a little bit more quickly through some of these. Pressure vents every round, roll on d6, hiss, no effect. Fermentorium. Okay, so I'm not going to read through the last bit of it. I think there's sort of enough. Yeah, perfect. Beard, if you want to do that, you knock yourself out. Let's just make sure, like, whatever, like the mold mind, the fungus thing that is making the bread, the magical thing, do its thing. It's clear, like, okay, we solved it. You don't need to throw out all your dough. Like we got rid of the mold, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let's just make sure we wrap in a bow all the what's going on, and like the quest took is satisfied. Okay, very cool. So let's hop over to so anybody else? Give me 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back. But if you guys want to let me know which of the which adventure you guys want to do next, then we'll do that. All right, sorry guys. My daughter was telling me how she made it past Team Rocket on Let's Go Pikachu. So good for her. When in doubt, mimic. Yep. We'll be happy to hear your thoughts on mopping the floor. Okay, yeah. I can give you real quick thoughts on mopping the floor. Track, please. I need to sleep soon too. David, this one is yours. Tracks of treachery. David, okay, yeah, I'll check that one out. Okay, so David, track of treachery is like such a cool idea. We need I would definitely recommend where I started talking about like this is a mystery. So like set it up as a mystery. We need to make sure that like things are communicated in a cool way. Okay, so right now it's like a collection of like interesting ideas. We need to tie them together. So why do the Timberlanes and the Ashfuls like think that the other is guilty? Like we need to like set it up, and we need the players to sort of figure out as they go. Um, so if you can like it just needs a little. If we go to the word count, yeah, like we're right at 1,000 words. So like we have a lot more space to develop it a little bit more. So right now it feels like a collection of really cool ideas, but there's not enough for it to be like an adventure that can be run. So like there's a pit, so I think they fall in here and they go to the camp, and then like you can sort of go back in between. Like it's like it'd be cool if so like you fall into the thing, and then you're accused by these dwarves like, hey, you're working with the other guys, and they're like, no, we're not. Okay, and then you sort of understand what's going on from there. Okay, and then they say, all right, well, their camp is over there. You go figure out what's going on because we haven't been able to get anywhere with them. Okay, so you go from the Asheville camp to the Timberlane camp. Maybe something happens in between. You got information from them. So there was an Avatar episode of like where the cartoon where they were trying to like go through like the desert land, and like there were two different like families who were always fighting each other, and Avatar like had to come and like figure things out. Like that is the vibes that I'm getting here. Okay. So you have to go from the Asheville camp to the Timberlane camp, figure out, you gain a little bit of information there, and you go through the twisting tunnels again, and then like the Asheville camp, like, no, you gain another clue or two here. It wasn't us. It couldn't have been us because X, Y, and Z. And you go back through the twisting tunnels, maybe something happens. So like, after going back and forth once or twice, 2 or 3 times, then you're able to sort of like get a complete picture. Like maybe each time you go through the twisting tunnels, like you get some more worm signs, you get some more clues, and the Timberlanes say like, "Oh, it couldn't have been us that did, sabotage them in this way because we were too busy doing X, Y, and Z, this and this," and then like maybe that something happens, and then it leads to the nest of rot, and then like we have this big culmination. It's like it needs to sort of make sense as a story, and we need the heroes to be able to like put it together. So all the ideas there are really cool. We just need a little bit more. If we can develop it a little bit further, I think it's gonna be a really fun adventure. Because you sort of just like fall into this thing, and you're like having to sort out this situation like role playing thing, but in reality it's like a big boss combat that you're leading up to. Like that kind of thing is super duper cool. And then like once they're done arguing with each other, like yeah, the doors like we can tell ourselves out of here super quick. Like that's not the point, right? The point is like we want them to admit that they were wrong, and they want them to admit that they're wrong. So that kind of thing is like really really fun. It's such a unique adventure, but let's just like give it some more connecting tissue, and definitely read through the Alexandrian. That's not the one. The Alexandrian.net mystery, running mysteries. The 3-clue rule in running mysteries. And so here is the 3-clue rule, if you guys want to read through that. Paste it here. There's a 3-clue rule, and then go to part 1. And then the null result. Okay. And then if you go down to the bottom of the article, there's like the next few things. So if you guys want to like learn about how to have cool mysteries unfold in a TTRPG, I definitely check that out. Okay. So let's close that. That is in the chat for you guys. So I hope that helps, David. So that one is definitely going to be a much less in depth. But once you get the connective tissue like there a little bit more, ping me. You and I, we can chat on Discord or wherever, and we can like put the polish it up and stuff. But let's add a bit more connective tissue there first. Rob Lowe Griffin, this one. Okay. Oh, the mopping the floor adventure. Yeah, we can chat about that one really quick. Okay, so this was a very sort of like meta adventure. View, zoom. So I really liked how this was like a very meta adventure. So I think there's a couple of different ways that we can take it. So like, do we want to make light of the verisimilitude of the real world, like the quote unquote real world in our fantasy world? I'm not sure. So like if in IRL, in the real world, if like superheroes really existed, you better believe like Disney World or Universal Studios or whatever like would have like theme parks and things where like regular people could pretend to be superheroes. So what if it was something like that? So I think this would be much better as like a level 0 or level 1 one shot. Okay. So like where you start off as like just a regular like villager. So like this is actually a theme park for regular villagers to pretend that they are heroes, like that kind of thing, rather than like heroes are pretend, and like this is a way for us to like let the heroes pretend. So just the concept of it is really cool. But if this was like in the world in the Valley of Hope, like heroes exist and villains exist and this kind of thing. I don't know if I've seen it yet, but like just conceptually, if this was like a level 0, like it could be a level 0 meat grinder. I don't know if I like that kind of idea because this is like so meta and like a little bit silly. But if it was like a level 0 thing for like regular people, and then if they make it through, then like they realize like, oh, I actually like am sort of like more heroic than I thought. Like now I can start like my level 1 or level 2 adventure, like that kind of thing. Like that's a funny way to start an adventure. But I think most likely this is going to be like a one shot, like just a silly meta level one shot, where like people like your grizzled like TTRPG veterans, like they just want to try something new and like just sort of turn everything on its head, sort of like a Gonzo dungeon or like that sort of thing. So I think either way it could work. But because we have a bit more space, a bit more word space to work with, I think let me just see how many words we have here. Tools, word count. Yeah, so we can pretty well like double, like just add a bit more. Like once it's fleshed out a little bit more, then we can like talk about the specifics. But broadly, I like the ideas already. It's definitely yeah. If you have time, bring us Burgog. Okay, yeah. We'll see if we can do that one next. But I mean, I like the layout of the first adventure. Like that one was that one was a finalist. And I like the idea of this one. I love like the kobolds are a union and this and this and this. Like all of that is like just super funny. So this is just like a complete upside down backwards adventure, and I love it. So let's just flesh it out a little bit more, make sure it like internally makes sense. But I think it should definitely be like a very low level adventure, like level 1 or level 2. That sort of thing. And let's make sure we're not making fun of. I don't want to make fun of like the heroic world necessarily. Well, maybe. I don't know. Let me think about this one a little bit more. I think I've got some notes elsewhere that I can pull up. Give me 1 second. We'll pull up Double King's notes. Mopping the floor adventure. Yeah, so Double King's notes were, there's a really cute idea, but it's missing a lot of parts. Could be a great intro adventure, but it'd be better at level 0 or 1. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree. And maybe it could start like it could include like pre-made characters. Like you're the baker, you're the cobbler, you're this, you're that. So like each of the characters like has like a special thing that they can do to interact with. So it could be like more of a role-playing thing, skill checks, like figuring it out. Um, not really for like it's a very very low level adventure, but not really for new players. It's for like old jaded grizzled TTRPG players who have been at it forever and they want to try something just really really new. I think that would be cool. It's like I don't think anybody would want to make a hero for this adventure, but if there were like two or three super simple like pre-made or like a handful of pre-made characters like you're the baker and you're the town guard and you're like the teacher, like whatever, and like each person gets like one skill or one thing, their skills are there. That kind of thing would be pretty neat, you know. um let me actually pull up this Figma. So if you guys are familiar with, I think it's the Siege of Gardmore Abbey. Are you guys familiar with that? So this was back when I was running. This is back when I was running. Level 1, level 0. Absolutely, yes, definitely satire. Yeah, pre-made funny characters I think might be the way to do it. So you just sort of ignore all the level stuff. I like to make it a 3-shot. Use a bunch of fun ideas. Finish some plot sets up. Maybe. Maybe I'll think about it. I think this would like. I think this stands alone well enough on its own. I'll check it out. Did you email it to me, Emil? Okay, so the Siege of Gardmore Abbey. This is like an old adventure from 3 or 4 or something, but it's one of the classics. And I just sort of formatted it in a way so that I could like read it and understand it. So like the whole adventure is like this long, and I sort of summarized it to be like this long, and then I made like the certain parts red that I needed. So this is like way overcomplicated. Your reply to the email. Okay. So this is way more overcomplicated, but like this is like a 1-shot or maybe a 2-shot, but it comes with pre-made characters with their own backstory and their own goals and stuff, and like so this guy's goal, whether or not Sir Norden achieves this goal affects the outcome of the story. True Knight protects the people of the land he serves. Warriors die in battle. Okay, something. Okay. So like this guy has his own goals, and then he knows the others and interacts with them in different ways. So like they all have their own goals. Like this guy's a half orc, and I think like orcs are sieging the abbey, and like this guy can actually like join with the bad guys and do different things, and like he wins if X, Y, and Z. So like that kind of thing would be super duper cool. But if you guys haven't read The Siege of Gardmore Abbey, I think you can buy it on like one of the PDF websites. You can get it. It's part of it's part of like one of the old dungeon magazines. But it is a really cool a really cool adventure, and it's a very different framework because you're just given characters, and like the cool thing is like each character already has a backstory and its own goals and interacts with the other heroes and characters in a cool way that other people don't know. But there's all of these different things that happens, and here's a conclusion and all that. Okay, so something like that, but way simpler. Like you're a teacher, you want to do this and this and this. Like you have some particular goal in this adventure. You have some special ability. Like, oh, you used to teach this kobold, and like you know the secret information about him, right? Something like that. You're the gravedigger. Like you know how to deal with the skeletons. Like you know how to reset the skeletons, or et cetera, et cetera. That might be pretty fun. Yeah. Okay. So let's see who had the next one. Bringers or Burgog, I think. Shane. Yeah. Let's check that one out. Bread on arrival. So I already talked to her about that one. Hunger, bold stench and rot. Bringers or Burgog. Okay. View. Zoom. 150. 2 holes. Word count. Oh, okay. So yeah, we got down to 1,000 words. Okay, so we could probably flesh it out just a little bit more. So like I said for the others, Shane. Okay. Teacup pet bullfrog has gone missing ever since the thunderous quakes and missing items began perplexing the villages. A territorial cult of Froglands, the Bringers of Burgog, captured the cute pet in a conspiracy to dispose of the trespassing villagers. Cursed, Teacup has become Burgog, the gluttonous one. Their insatiable, ever-growing deity. Each day at their treetop lair, they feed him all manner of stolen things, careful not to include his weakness, purple berries. Now Burgog's mighty croaks shake the Elderwild. If this continues, he could swallow the village whole. Okay, so this is just a normal pet bullfrog. I would clarify that like this curse like lets him magically grow and eat and that kind of thing, because that's a little confusing. Like, well, how could like a little pet bullfrog like eat the whole village? So magically cursed to be able to grow and insatiably something. I just clarify that note just a little bit, but that's probably enough information. What's Stokes? Invisible girl. I'd go ahead and give her a name. Poppy, like some cute little name that's easy to remember. Like Poppy is a great name. But that's also like a good name for like a grandpa kind of character, like Poppy. But yeah, let's go ahead and give her a name. Iris, an inconsolable girl, misses her best froggy friend who has a heart-shaped marking. She gave her second most favorite thing, here rings, to get him back. Love that. New sign just out of town provides a map warning. 2 trespassers. Last day, live or be consumed by gluttonous one. No belief? Come see your doom. Yeah. So I love anytime we can have and this might be a good time to like. We don't always need 3 quest hooks or 2 quest hooks or like 3 or 4 traveling encounters. Like it's perfectly fine to just like slap an adventure on someone. Like this is the quest hook. Okay. So this might be a good situation where like this is the quest hook. This is too good not to use, I think. And then the sign, like this sign, could just be like one of the first traveling encounters. I like both of those so much. I'd hate to lose either one of them. Okay, let's lean into like the bad spelling and stuff. So like we'll use the number 2, like sort of misspell these just a little bit more. In like not necessarily misspell, but like misspeak, so that to lean into it a little bit more. No belief? come get eaten. I don't know, something like that. 1d10 stolen items. Shop keeps a sign. 5 popping peppers, harmless. Explosive pop when crushed or thrown. Great distraction. Oh, that's cool. Brush filled with unidentifiable hair. Grappling hook and rope. Shield sides a wagon wheel. That's cool. So rather than 1 in 4 chance to break on use, it might maybe just like breaks on crit, just so I don't have to like roll a d4 every time I do it. I think my adventure made the 3 hooks exist simultaneously. That's cool. That's cool, Bruno. Mysterious dwarven key. Okay, most of someone's kitchen, missing a sink. That's funny. A pair of slimy dentures, a crate of surprisingly heavy doorknobs, spell scroll, or health potion. Cool. Level 4 heroes. So I would say like a tier 2 spell scroll. Dealer's choice. Just because it's level 4, like, or maybe if we wanted it to be like a real, since this is like the 10, it could be like a tier 3 spell scroll. So like a spell that they wouldn't even have access to for another 2 levels. Like that would make it feel real special. Traveling encounters. Trapped frogland under tipped cart. I like how it's in quotes. Nearby waterfall mist conceals 1 frogland bandit for every 2 heroes. Help! It may be like, me went shoppings, now me dyings. Oh, pain. Like, and he says pain. Like that, that'd be funny. DC 12 insight perception check. He keeps glancing at the mist. It's a setup. That's funny. Yep, love that. Perfect. Elderly bun fisherman. So the first traveling encounter, I would have like this sign, a new sign like has popped out, like, and like, so this would be the first thing. This would be the second one. Elderly bun fisherman reels and glowing fish before offering to the heroes. Eating grants temporary boon. Wants to trade stories. Okay, so reels in a glowing fish. Let's say he offers it to the heroes if they tell him a good story. Like what's like by the time heroes are level 4, they're gonna have a good story, and they're eager. Like once your players get to do something fun, like they will jump at the opportunity to tell like that. Oh, remember that one cool thing we did when we knocked the dude off the cliff, and like et cetera, et cetera. They love to do that kind of thing. So if the heroes tell a story, like he can offer the fish that grants a temporary boon. I think that'd be good. Almost caught that one. Took my arm off. Those goblin-looking frogs nabbed it. Yeah, that's cool. I'd cut this part. No, it might have been the kids. Yeah, like that's fine. Ticklish Bridge. Ticklish Bridge. I love that. Above rapids, shies away from touch. A family of squirrels cross one at a time. Heroes must do the same, or the bridge jolts. DC 12 dex save or be tossed off. Arcana or Elder Wild familiarity reveals its ticklish nature. So it can handle one person walking carefully at a time. Hmm. So what if it was so I like all of the ideas. Could we make it a little bit better? So ticklish bridge. So, okay, so first of all, what happens if they fall? Okay, so if they fall, XYZ happens. Take 2d6 falling damage, whatever. If they fall. So you know how like if you like if someone touches you like really firmly, like if you're getting a massage or like you're rubbing real firm, like it doesn't tickle. But if like you just like rub really gently, it could tickle more. So like what if like anybody wearing heavy armor can just pass automatically. But anybody like any creature that is small or wearing like leather or lighter armor has to do so. Like so they can figure out like that kind of thing. Like it makes sense. Like it's a ticklish bridge. Like if it maybe like the squirrels can like hop across and the bridge like flings them off because like it like almost starts laughing. That sort of thing. And maybe there could be like big boulders like at both ends of the bridge. So like villagers come, they'll pick up a boulder and like walk across the bridge with the boulder and then put it on the other side. Like that kind of thing. Like makes sense, makes a little bit more sense because like I think a squirrel walking across my back would be more ticklish than the opposite. So like rewarding the people with heavy armor, because like the people with the heavy armor, they're always falling off of things, they're always losing the dex save. But this, if they just automatically can go across, like, oh well, that means like I must be able to just automatically go across as well, and then like they get flung across, that kind of thing. And then like when someone gets flung off the bridge, it's not a dex save. Just make it happen. It could be like a dex save to like take half damage or something. If you do want to have a dex save, but it just happens. And like once someone's flung across for the first time, it laughs. Like it starts laughing, right? That kind of thing would be pretty cool. Almost as if you tickled it, like you were too light to like you weren't heavy enough. Awesome, really cool ideas here. They overlook a breathtaking vista of an ancient tree. I would just say an ancient tree, unless it's like a particular ancient tree. Cascading waterfalls nourish the farm below. 2 paths forward. Berry farm. Okay, so the farm. So the farm below is foreshadowing. 2 paths forward. The mist-veiled great tree branches, unguarded but uncertain. Okay, so if we're going to say the ancient tree here, and then we're going to say great tree here, are these 2 different trees, or is it the same tree? So let's clarify that. Cascading waterfalls nourish a farm below. Okay, so this isn't so much a location as like a node where you can pick like which way to go, which I do like. I do like that. A well-traveled path to the beetle-patrolled berry farm. Can we add some sort of check, like to know like the beetles are dangerous or not dangerous or like something like that? It's like what would it mean for me as an office worker to have a beetle patrolled berry farm, right? Like I'm not sure. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? The Great Tree, like what do we know about the Great Tree? Is that where we're headed? So just a little bit confusing here. How do we know we're heading the right direction? Like which is the direction to the frog? Great Tree branches. So if we say the misfilled Great Tree branches, okay. Parasol-shaped flowers drift within arm's reach. That's cool. Holding a flower, it makes heroes light, allowing slow falls. When the party is halfway across, a booming croak, boom, disintegrates the branch. Yeah, so like why did this branch not break when they like initially? Because the croaks have been happening already. It's the combination of their weight and the croak that makes the branch break. So that does make sense. Use skill checks on the means. DC 15 to cross in time. Success, barely made it. Fail, fall to a healthier branch, suffer 2d8 damage. I would say like 2d6 because d6s are falling. Falling damage. Halved if holding a flower. Okay, that's cool. If the majority of heroes fail, the ruckus wakes up the Frogland priest in the nursery. That's good. Love it. Okay, cool little trap. Yeah, that's fine. Berry farm, rows of tall bushes, roaming beetles, and 2 suspicious Frogland. The pair stash a handful of forbidden purple berries. Ooh, oh, hey, there's Iskarith. The Frostborn. That was a pretty fun one to do. I'm not a fan of scripted events, but it can work in one shot. Yeah, like I mean, things have to happen during the adventure. So like, what's happening, right? So like, if it's like this has to happen, then that has to happen. Like that's not as much fun. But like they're going if they choose this direction, then like, well, what happens as you start going across the bridge? So something does have to happen. But just make sure they have a say in what happens. The pair stash a handful of forbidden purple berries.
Shh, no let anyone see. Make Burgak tummy sick.
2 snap beetle, or 1 snap beetle for every 2 heroes. Dog-sized percussive mandibles patrol. Okay, so they are dangerous. Okay. So this a well-traveled path to the beetle patrolled farm. So we've already seen that the Froglands are bad from this encounter. So rather than beetle patrolled farm, then I would say this is a Frogland patrolled farm. So we know this way is well traveled but guarded, and then this way is uncertain. All right, so I like that. So that does make those 2 things a little bit more clear. Cart rutted path leads to stables. Okay. Spotting intruders, they'll attack and alert back up from inside the lair. Okay, so the point of this is there's a trap and it might make the next encounter more difficult. The point of this is to learn about the purple berries. So what triggers this these snap beetles? What if everybody's stealthing? What if they're not? Like, are they just So if we choose the berry farm, we're just automatically roll initiative. So like let's clarify that a little bit. Cart rutted path leads to the stables. Okay, so this one leads to the nursery. This one leads to the stables. Dragonfly stables. Vibrating weights strapped with items. A poorly trained rider crashes inside. Dragonflies are rideable to exterior areas and wait where you leave them, but won't stray far from them. Okay, yeah, this is good to note. So that like, oh, now I have a mount forever. Unconscious rider has a map. Reveals dragonfly-sized tunnel to Burgog's Den. Okay, vibrating wings strapped with items. So dragonfly stables. So let's clarify this. Are there a bunch of different dragonflies like giant dragonflies first of all? they're being used as like cargo ships, basically, right? The frogs are riding them. So let's clarify some of those things that I think are just sort of assumed knowledge. And apparently they're difficult to ride. So like someone like crashes, a poorly trained rider, it's a frogland, I assume, crashes inside. So they wouldn't see that this guy's poorly trained. They would see that he's a rider, and they would see that he crashes inside. So we can rework that just a little bit. So the point of the Dragonfly stables is to like maybe get these, like shortcut to somewhere else, like fly somewhere, and like some random items. Croaky Nursery, hundreds of leafy pods, Frogland Priest asleep at shrine. Shrine is dedicated to Burgog. So this would probably be a lot easier to spot. Like maybe DC 12. Like maybe the shrine, like the frog shrine, like he has a heart-shaped thing on his head, that kind of thing. Priest wakes the heroes perform 3 or more noisy actions. These were failures. My successes below will consume you all. Okay, so I would have the priest say, so like this is a good thing to say while he's fighting, but what's he say when he wakes up? Like, intruders halt, like that kind of thing. So let's have something like that. Pods contained cursed frogs. 1 pod per hero bursts open upon entry. So what are the three noisy actions? Pod contained. Okay, so there's 4 heroes, 4 pods open. That's cool. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. A grotesquely spider-like DC 12 will save or frightened and scream. Result 8 or lower. Okay, so result 8 or lower. 8 or lower. Scream loud like 2 noise. Okay, so if you just fail, like you roll 11, 1 noise, and you like stifle it. 8 or lower, like you just like it's 2 noise. I like that. Rancid burps. DC 15 strength save or gag. Plus noise. Okay, I like how the DC is higher, but the penalty is just 1 and not a potential 2. That's cool. Poisonous skin. 1d4 damage. And poisoned for 10 minutes. Okay, cool. So maybe so it does make sense why why would the pods burst open upon entry? Maybe these frogs are just they're just swimming in like an open pod, and like just that many hop out and just greet them, right? So if there are 2 heroes, like the chances of them like waking the priest, getting 3 or more noisy actions is pretty low. But if there's like 7 heroes, right? So like this number should probably be like scale as well, right? Because we want it to be as difficult or as easy, independent of how many players there are. So like maybe it's like if they get 1 noise per hero, like if they make like more than X noises, like that kind of thing. And then poisoned for 10 minutes. I would just say like poisoned during the next room or during the next combat. Poison until the next, poison until the end of the next encounter, that kind of thing. Adorable, compelling to pet. Follows you, something like that. Like it could be like follows you, or you can like put in like parentheses like what color is it, so like they can decide like, ooh, I have a blue frog following me, cute little blue frog, like that kind of thing. Like little prompts for the GM. 1 noise per hero, yeah. So it would be like a total of 1 noise per hero. So if like if this hero makes 1 noise, that doesn't mean like he woke him. It's like if there's 5 heroes, 5 noise. You'd have to follow, yeah. But yeah, some sort of little like prompt for the GM to say like, yeah, he seems to be one. He wants to follow you. Like, well, what does he look like? What color is he? Holding room, shoot in the back corner. Okay, so the holding, is there a map here? So the holding room, does the, how do we get to the holding room? So the stables and the nursery both lead to the holding room, is what I would assume. Shoot in the back corner, exterior balcony, a chained prisoner in floral robes. Shoot is heavily scuffed, DC 10 examination check. Stolen items deposited here. Could be used as a slide. Let's just go and put, like, there's a sign above it, like FUDSHOOT, like food shoot. So that, like, we're clearly communicating, like, this leads down to the thing. Like, because, like, these frogs are already, like, they're leaving signs everywhere. Like, let's lean into that. So this is the food shoot. Holding room. Least trash pile. Cool. The prisoner is a weary druid named Fabel. On breaking her chains, she'll provide info and reshape Burgog's den, creating a stealthy entrance.
To peacefully reverse the curse, feed him purple berries and chant teacup, his true name 3 times.
That's cool. So does that mean, like, one person gives a berry and says teacup, teacup, teacup? Or is it like I have to spend my turn? Like, so we might want to clarify that a little bit. Let's see how that works out. Trash already much better than the first time I reviewed it. Yeah, already much more solid. Trash pile endless, somehow bigger inside than out. Trash pile jostles at regular intervals, faint light. Okay, so this does make a whole lot of sense. So it's a trash pile. Do they go inside the trash pile? Endless trash pile, somehow bigger inside than out. Jostles at regular intervals, faint light. I don't understand that. Inside Burgog's den, hidden path leads outdoors. So I'm confused about what's going on here. Froglins reach in to grab stuff, jostling the pile. DC 8 dex save or start being pulled into den. Okay, so exit the pile, skill challenge, find the light, move debris. So I'm not sure what's going on here. Yeah, cool, Shane. Looking forward to it, man. This feels like a cool things are happening here, but I'm confused about what's going on. Burgog's Den, massive chamber enclosed by roots, encircles a giant. And so we're coming to the end of this one. You guys, let me know which one you'd like me to do next. Otherwise, I'll pick a random one. Burgog's Den, massive chamber enclosed by roots, encircles a giant bullfrog, large gathering of froglins by torchlight, hillsides, trash pile. Burgog, climbable, titanic, has a heart-shaped marking. Croaks rock the chamber each round, alternating between falling debris and shaking the ground. Difficult terrain. It's just, so shaking the ground instead of difficult terrain. Maybe it could be like knocks everybody prone. Like heroes and enemies, everybody just gets knocked prone. That kind of thing might be cool. And yeah. So maybe it's like if you roll. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. So, like, this sounds like a really cool mechanic. So let's say there's like 4 bad guys and 4 good guys. Okay. So 4 bad guys, 4 good guys. So it's backwards for me. So the heroes always go first, right? And then the bad guys go. So the heroes go, then the bad guys go. So if at the start of every round he croaks, then everybody falls prone, and the good guys stand up. Sorry, it's backwards for me. It's like a mirror. The good guys stand up, and then they can all attack the prone bad guys. So that doesn't feel good. If he croaks at the end of the round, everybody falls prone, and then the good guys stand up. So yeah, that doesn't work. So maybe he croaks at like some random part at some random stage. What if it's like anytime someone rolls a 1 or something, like anytime whenever a froglin is crit, he croaks, everybody falls prone. Like that kind of thing might be cool. Croaks rock the chamber each round. So like that, like something you can discover about this encounter and like sort of plan around. Falling debris. I like the falling debris idea. That's cool. But croaks rock the chamber each round, alternating between falling debris. So everybody making a dex save. So again, everybody making a dex save. If there's like 4 bad guys and 4 good guys, that's 8 dex saves, right? So that's probably too much. I would just say just take 1d4 damage at the top of round. Everybody takes 1d4 damage, or like before like before the heroes get there, like he's chill. He's only croaking like maybe once every hour or so. Like once combat starts, like he starts getting like panicky, and he's croaking like every few seconds, like every round, every 6 seconds. So everybody's just taking like 1d4 damage every round. Like that kind of thing might be neat. Tallest hero goes prone, least aerodynamic. Yeah, that kind of thing might be cool. The one that weighs the least. Yeah, like we're on the right track. But if it's something, maybe it's like at the beginning of at the end of every round. Okay, so what if it was like at the end of every round, roll a d4. On a 1, heroes fall prone. On a 2, the on a 1 the heroes fall prone. On a 4, the bad guys fall prone. Like I don't know, this is something like we could workshop it a little bit. If one has a battle map area where we're all, if there's some positioning manipulation going on, yeah, maybe. Or it could be like anybody who didn't move that round takes 1d6 damage, right? Because everything's happening at the same time. If you didn't move, like the thing, like you're moving partially to get out of the way, like something like that. But I would definitely avoid having like all 8 or all 12 or however many people making a dex save. That'd be too much. Close flying creatures may be eaten, 1 in 8 chance. Oh, that's funny. Damaging Burgog to last stand or following Fabel's instructions breaks the curse. Each round for 3 rounds, he vomits an item, roll into a lime sample, and decreases in size until becoming teacup. 2 Frogman minions and 1 Frogman bruiser hero feed Burgog items from the trash pile while Frogman priest chants. If an they frantically search for intruders. Okay, so I think so. This is how I would change this encounter, because okay, so let's actually read the aftermath. The cultist, as long as live, will surely plot again, attacking Burgog, while reverting the curse, enrages the cult, who gear up for direct village raid. Returning teacup. Grand feast is planned for the new heroes of the village. Okay, so this like we're returning a girl's pet. I guess the pet was like threatening the village. So yeah, sure. I guess a grand village. It's a bit. It's fine. That's fine. Okay. So how would I tweak this encounter? Okay. So the frog, like teacup, is this girl's pet, and even though it's a frog, like people love their pets. So I would treat Burgog not as the enemy. I would treat Burgog as like just an environmental thing that's happening. Like this is just something that's happening to him. He's not a bad frog. He's a nice boy. Okay. So the froglins, like if you can defeat all the froglins in the area, like the ritual ends and the curse ends, and he just starts vomiting all the things up, like, and then he returns to normal size. That is what I would do. I think that would like just make more sense. And they can even say, no, they're trying to stop the ritual, whatever. Like they can like hint at what's going on. That would be a much more easy to understand. So like Burgog, Teacup is like causing chaos in the battlefield, but he's not like actively like you attack, like, and it could even say like if you attack Burgog, like your weapon just bounces off of him. The spell just sizzles and dissipates harmlessly, right? So they see like, okay, we're not attacking him, we're just attacking the boys, like the bad guys, right? I think that makes more sense rather than like, aren't we supposed to like save him? That sort of thing might be fun. So what about the purple berries? What about the purple berries? If you feed him a purple berry, you gain advantage on the D4 roll at the top of the round. You can sort of like direct his croak or something like that. I don't know. It's cool that he has a weakness. Yeah, I would treat him like a what are they called in 5e? They're called like a lair action. I would treat him like a lair action. Look at some other like some 5e creatures that have cool lair actions. See if you can get some inspiration. That might be fun. But I would treat him like a lair action, and then like the purple berries, maybe you can like make him spit an item at one of the bad guys, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah. Okay. Overall, super duper cool. Beard, which is yours? Let me see if I can figure it out before you tell me. Beard. Is it bread on arrival? Is that one? Bread on arrival. Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you, Shane. Great adventure. We didn't do that one yet. Bell's Hunger, bread on arrival. Okay. Okay, so since we've seen the other bread one, this one could be we received the deliveries of the thing, et cetera, from this other adventure. So like this, let's have this be part 2 of the previous bread adventure. Roadside Inn, famous for its fresh baked bread, is being attacked. We could just say a roadside inn is being attacked by doughy monstrosities. After the baker used his magically infused starter dough to bake something new. It's the name Breadman, not happy with being a mere commodity. The breadman, Norman, stole the baker's starter dough and ran off. Now Norman is determined to take revenge on the baker, the patrons of the inn, perhaps the rest of Fleshkind. Okay, so all cool. We could tweak it just a little bit to sort of like the necromantic, or what was it? I forgot what the bread necromancy was called. Fermentology? I don't remember. We could tweak that. Like, hey, this is part 2 to that adventure. They received a bad shipment of this bread, and like, yeah, we can keep like he baked it into the shape of a ginger, like an enormous the Valley of Hope's largest gingerbread man, and then like that kind of thing would be funny. Merivale has not received his usual delivery of renowned bread from baker who works at a roadside inn. Okay, bread or alive. I like this. The party, while traveling, comes across the inn under attack by a large bread monstrosity, massive yeasty beasts pounding at the doors. So this adventure hook is much better than this one. Don't feed the birds. The heroes see a huge flock of birds circling the inn in the distance, hoping for an easy, doughy meal of the huge. Like those two are cool. And maybe like it's this one leads into this one. And this one is like this one's fine, but maybe like part of the aftermath of the previous quest, if that guy's still around. The part of the aftermath of the previous quest is that Alara says like, "Hey, I did recently make a pretty big delivery of dough to like XYZ Inn. You might want to go check on them." That kind of thing. Like so, like this quest leads to the other one. As breadcrumbs, the area has drawn more birds of all sizes in the feast. Birds may even be enticed or influenced with more bread, with some imagination, including the multi-headed mega goose. Okay, so what is going on? So like all of it. So what is going on? So again, if we treat this as a mystery, so the GM knows what's going on. So Norman, the world's largest gingerbread man, has stolen the rest of the magical dough, and he's made these creatures, and he wants to get back at these people for eating bread creatures. So like that's what's happening. This is what the heroes figure out in the end, right? So maybe Norman isn't attacking the inn yet. Maybe Norman is like the revelation later, like the giant bread guy. So maybe just like his creations, like his tiny gingerbread man or something, are attacking. So the rumors should be like, how do we figure out how do the heroes figure out what's going on? Local ranger says she saw strange creatures repurposing a nearby cave into some sort of fort. Although she sourced material, they were okay. The baker of the inn is famous, but is a miser. Instead of hiring additional help with the rise of demand, it seems to intimidate the baker's own apprentice for free labor. Okay, so that's super cool. That's super cool. I really like that one. Okay. Charlie encounters while the heroes are tracking the crumb trail back to Norman's lair. Goose Gander, a giant three-headed goose, is feasting on a bread monster corpse. It is aggressive toward anyone approaching its kill. Okay. We're Word count. Okay, yeah. So our words are at like 900. Um, if we can just imagine, if we just imagine like I'm playing this, and then all right, they're going to. Well, the heroes are tracking the Crumb Trail back to Norman's lair. Okay, so these are not. So we're not traveling to. So okay, so this one is backwards then. So I kind of like that. So most of the adventures they have the adventure starts by so like the dungeon's over here. The adventure starts here's 1, 2, 3 traveling encounters as they're on the way to the adventure, and then they play the adventure. This one is they play like they start at here, at the end, and then there's like 1, 2, 3 traveling locations at the end, and then the boss. That's kind of cool. I like that. Um, so if that's the case, then we would have like these traveling encounters at the end, and then the boss encounter. But we're only at like 900 words. So the biggest advice I would give is let's expand on everything that's here. So if I'm playing this, a giant three-headed goose is feasting on a bread monster corpse. It is aggressive toward anyone approaching its kill. So what can I, as a GM, do with that? What can the players do with that? Do we have a stat block? Like presumably we'll have a stat block. What happens if they do approach? Will it attack? Will it like someone's going to want to talk to the goose? They're going to have questions like, think about what the heroes are most likely to do, and give the GM like some things to do with that. Goose Hydra, yeah. A bread her life. I like that too. Chromo caution: the trail is interrupted. Breadcrumbs vanish across a suspicious clearing. A pit trap was laid by goblins ahead. Okay, so are there goblins here already? Otherwise, like I don't know if this makes sense. So just the internal consistency. We've already got magical bread and like mystery happening. Do we need goblins to complicate it at all? So maybe. Like maybe like the bread creatures, like they're getting smarter, they're starting to lay traps like that. That would internally make more sense rather than like random goblins like coming in. But what can we do with this? What is the trap? What happens when the pit trap is takes place? Um, so a funny thing would be like the pit trap is like there's water at the bottom, right? Like 2 feet of water. Because so like water is deadly to bread. Like, oh, if the bread gets dunked in water, like we'll dissolve and we'll die. But like for like people, like we're just wet and like so I'm just thinking of things that would like make sense. Like what would the bread people be thinking? So we're trying to be internally consistent. What would the bread people be thinking? Yeah, like they're just smart enough to know to make a trap. But they're making a trap that would make sense to them. So they put like it's milk. There's like gallons and gallons of milk at the bottom or water at the bottom. Like, so the guys, the heroes fall in, and and then the bread guys like taunt them. Just wait until you start dissolving. Ha ha! Like you'll never survive. Like that kind of thing would be like so funny. And like the dudes just like you just climb out and they're like and they run away. So like we're learning about these bread guys, how like they're sentient but like not super smart. So they think that like with a very bread centered mindset. That kind of thing would be really really funny. It's still a trap. It's still we're still doing the thing, but it's not just like goblins. Okay. Dampening danger. The trail leads through. So like what do we do with this? Can we make it more on brand? Because like bread or alive as a name of a quest hook is like perfect. Like it's on brand. Birds, like yeah, awesome, like super on brand. And then goblins, like that's way off. And like I love that idea so much. Like why don't we just have this? Like we can have like we can have the bread like people talking about like different things that would be like torturous for bread, like being splashed with milk, that like people wouldn't really care about. Like so they're sort of like hapless sort of doofers, but that makes it a little like more fun. Um, so like yeah, the breads would be like terrified of birds and things. Like people don't care. Just like say shoot, get out of here. Damage. The trail leads through a tall, dewy grassland, making the crumbs harder to follow. The party failed striking. Okay, so this makes sense. So dewy grasslands make the crumbs harder to follow. So if they fail their tracking, I wouldn't just have like a random fight encounter, because so like we're trying to get people to go from like here to here, and it should sort of make sense. So like if we're thinking about a if we're thinking about a movie like Star Wars, like they're trying to get from like this planet to that planet or whatever, like, and then like so they go here and they encounter some like on brand like spacey things, you know, and then they get to the planet. That makes sense. But if it's like they get here and they're like they like they meet some random monster, like that doesn't really make as much sense. Um, so what else could happen if they fail to track? They get lost, they get punished some other way, they lose some resources, they get tired, they lose a hit die because, you know, it takes them extra time. Like what other things could happen? So we can keep this one mostly the same. This could be a tracking encounter, and rather than like one check is pass or fail, maybe it's like best 2 out of 3, right? So like more of the heroes, more of the players get to do something. Like the first guy gets to track like what, so the breadcrumbs are getting harder to track. What do you do to what do you do to like, because like they're getting all mushy. Like how are you gonna like track? How are you gonna keep going? Like one guy's gonna be able to like succeed super easy. The next guy like maybe, and the third guy like who knows, right? So if they get if they get 3 successes, maybe inspiration. Hey, you know, great. If they get 2 successes, if they fail 2 times, 3 times, like, XYZ happens. Everybody loses a hit die. Everybody like gains a wound. Every like something happens. Like, that sort of thing would be cool. It lets them be creative rather than just like a combat encounter. Okay, so those are the traveling encounters. So this one wouldn't be a combat encounter. So either the goose gander could be, or this one could be. So either one of these could be a combat encounter, but not both probably. Um, so is the 3-headed goose like an important thing? I like that it's a bird. Um, hmm. Yeah, I'd have to think about that one a little bit more. Okay, adventure locations. Flower Inn, Fable Inn. I like that name. Flower and Fable Inn. A well-known inn. So just so you know, like most like old inns back in the day, like they would have a sign that was a picture, not really a word, like the Prancing Pony. It would have a picture of a pony, right? The Gilded Griffin. It would have a picture of a griffin that's gilded, because like people wouldn't really like necessarily know how to read like in Middle Ages. Um, they would just look for the sign of the thing, you know. So the Flower and Fable Inn, like that is like a like that makes sense with words, but like it's not a picture, right? Um, just so you know, just so you know. A well-known inn located along Kingsbridge Highway, halfway between Maryville and Farhope. So this is the first line should be, what do they see right away that would lead them to ask the questions that would to interact with the next 2 or 3 or 4 bullet points. Okay, so this is more narrative, and it's okay to have a narrative, like to like, so this might be better in like the in the what's going on, so that if I need to describe where it is, it's up there. But like the flower and Fable Inn, or whatever we end up calling it, it's under siege by like living croissants or living gingerbread men, the size of a house cat. Describe what so this is what they see. Okay, and then the next 2 or 3 bullet points is like what's happening, or like, well, what can I do? Like, the things to interact with, the number of monsters, what they're doing, that kind of thing. So party approaches the end, you hear screams, shattering glass. So we don't need to say as your party approaching. You don't need to say this part. Screams and shattering glass, large monstrosities that appear to be made of bread. So I'd be careful about using large unless it's actually large. Like it takes up like 4 spaces. Like large mechanically speaking. Large, so large monstrosities that appear to be made out of bread. So this thing is what they would see right away. Okay, and then Then like the first bullet point might be like you hear breaking glass and screams. Okay, so you see from far away they're attacking. The first bullet point is like, what specifically are they doing? They're trying to break through the glass and like enter in through the windows. And like there's people inside. They're screaming. Okay, so we know the risk. This isn't just an empty building they're breaking into. And then the next thing, 3 breadnoughts are being held off by merchant guards. It's losing fight. So like maybe this could be a call to action. They're asking for help. They're asking for help. And it's a little bit of a silly thing. So like maybe like they're kicking them. They're like the guards are they're biting the bread. It says like, oh, delicious. We need help. That kind of thing. Or like there's too much for us to eat. So let's lean into the breadiness a little bit. Like how often do you get to bite your enemies? Okay, so clearly like an introduction, combat encounter. So once they're defeated, if there are merchant guards, we need to know like what are the merchant guards going to say? What information are they going to give us? Okay, that sort of thing. Yeah, it'd be pretty funny if like they're just being swarmed by a bunch of like bread minions or like small things like gingerbread sized people. Um, And then like you eat the bread and you can recover hit points or something like that. That'd be pretty funny. But if you eat too many, you get a tummy ache and you lose a hit die. Like that would be so like that kind of thing is so flavorful, quote unquote. So like yeah, you eat the gingerbread men and you heal hit points. But if someone gets too greedy and they eat a bunch of it, all right, you throw up and you lose a hit die. That kind of thing would be super super fun. Norman's Lair. Okay, so we go from the Fabled Inn to Norman's Lair. So there's a bit of a gap there. How do we get from here to here, right? So the guards or whoever's in charge, they need to explain a little bit about what's going on, at least what they know. We got bread from Laura from the inn, the Gilded Griffin Inn, and it smelled a little bit funky, but she gave me a great deal. XYZ, XYZ. She said it's great, good stuff. So I made this big thing, whatever. So we need to have the innkeeper or the guards explain what's happening, all of this sort of stuff. And if there's an inn and they've took hit point damage or whatever, people are going to want to say like, hey, let's do a long rest, right? Let's do a safe rest. And the innkeeper like, well, what happens if the heroes inevitably say that? The hero says like, no rest until we're safe. Like they're going to keep attacking us until you go take care of Norman, right? So no, you can't safe rest here even though it's an inn, because there are going to be people who ask about that. Okay. Okay, so Norman's Lair is that way. Follow the breadcrumbs, and then we have the traveling encounters. So this is really cool. So I really like starting at one of the adventure locations, and then traveling encounters, and then some more adventure locations. Okay, so instructions to Norman's Lair: follow the breadcrumbs, and then Norman's Lair formed out of an old cave in the eastern edge mountains. Against far up, Norman used the magic starter dough to fabricate a castle-like fortification made out of bread in the cave mouth, including a gate. Okay, cool. Baked gate. Okay. So this information, this sort of background information, should go up here in the what's going on or the rumors and that kind of stuff. So like this is background information. So once they get past all of these travel encounters, now they arrive at Norman's Lair. What's the first thing they see? Fortifications made out of bread, a gate. Okay. So then the description is here, and then that makes them ask about the bullet points. Okay, so the bullet points should answer the questions that they have about here. What's made of? Can I just burn it down? Can I do this? How can I interact with the gate? Right. So the adventures we're setting up situations. We're giving the GM ways to set up a cool situation, and then the heroes will say whatever they want to say, and then we're giving the GM the next things to do. Okay, or at least certain options. They can always add more. And up here with the fight, I think it would be funny if like the merchant guards are like they have a cut and they like eat some of the bread, like the cut heals or something, or like, oh, you look like you got hurt a little bit, here, have some of this, just to like show the mechanics of it, because some people might not think to eat the bread things. Gets guarded by 2 bread nuts, always on alert. Observing them for some time reveals they're actually quite easily distracted. I love that. And like like something funny could be like they're constantly scanning the sky like because they're terrified of birds, right? That would be so funny. um, and if the goose gander, like if the goose gander is like the last traveling encounter, like people instead of fighting the goose gander, maybe like someone with naturecraft can like, hey, come on, there's more bread over here, you know, like, and the goose can like help. They can use the goose to overcome the bread gate, right? That kind of thing would be cool, like, and it's connecting multiple things. So they could fight it if they want to, or they can use the environment like this NPC to come and, you know, defeat these other NPCs. So I love that they're always on alert. I love that they're easily distracted. Why? If you were made out of bread, what would terrify you the most? Rain, all right, and birds. That kind of thing would be super super funny. It's kind of for a possible other way into the lair. The party has a chance to discover a natural chute above the gate. Fresh bread could be smelled within. Okay. I would say DC 14 for like perception check, or something like that. So if they're looking for like an alternate way in, like this should be a so this encounter should be okay. So however hard the initial encounter was, this should like look much more difficult, so that they want to look for ways around this. Right? We can use the goose to help us out, or we can sneak another way in, or like pretend to be birds and scare them off. So if the first encounter was like sort of medium, like learning the mechanics of these bread guys, this one should be like difficult. Like it's being guarded, but like they're easily distracted. So that because there's so many ways around it, it should be harder. If they were super easy, if it was like two little croissant men and it was super easy, like I don't care if they're distracted or easier or like I don't care about any of these things, because like we could just go up and like just kick them and like we win and just bust in, right? So it should look like a really imposing encounter, so that they start thinking like, ooh, like, is there another way in, or is there some other way? Oh yeah, they look distracted, so they start thinking of these different ways. Entry hall, grand hall with lavash. So lavash is a type of bread, isn't it? Yeah. That's funny. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is a pun on lavish. Bread decor along the walls and ceiling. 3 hallways on the opposite side branch off in different directions. Okay, cool. 4 statues of bread knights are displayed here and attack anyone who come within 5 feet of themselves or one of the 3 draws. Okay, so I don't like this, because like if we just had it in a common encounter here, we probably don't want to have another common encounter right away. And like just mechanically, because this isn't a video game, like how do we know, like if this is the grid, like so the heroes are move it away, move away. There. So if the heroes, like if the statues are like up here and up here, like how do we know that the heroes aren't just walking down the middle? Like we don't really know where they're walking or anything like that. So like saying like, oh, if they come within 5 feet, well, we don't really know where they're walking, and it feels bad for the GM to say like, well, you didn't say you weren't approaching, you were staying far away from the bread knights, you know, so they're gonna attack you. Like, well, I didn't know I needed to say that, you know, that kind of thing. Okay, so 4 statues are displayed here. So it is cool to have them. Could they do something else? Maybe if combat happens in the next room, these guys will come and like attack. But like otherwise, they're I don't know, they're sort of sitting there. I don't know. We could think of something else to do in this room. The hallway to the throne room has a trap. Has a trap on a failure. The floor softens to sticky dough and entraps them. So the best traps are obvious, because the fun is not getting stuck in them. The fun is like overcoming them successfully or unsuccessfully, like planning to overcome them. So like the hallway to the throne room is clearly covered in like sticky dough. Like that's obvious. How do we get across? Like that the creativity is the fun part, them overcoming, coming up with great ideas or bad ideas, and it working or not. is the fun part. So maybe like they pick up the bread knights and they throw them onto the floor and they walk across the floor using the bread knights. Like that's way more fun than just like a combat encounter and like, oh, a trap we didn't spot because we didn't know to look for it. But obvious traps are the best traps. Usually. So that would make it more fun, like just those two things. Like, oh yeah, we were just gonna pick up these bread knights and throw them in the thing and walk across, or some other way to deal with it. Like somebody has fire spells. I'm going to cook the dough with the fire, so we can just walk right across, or something else. Living pantry. So what happens if they? So also the GM, like whatever happens, their thing fails. Their idea doesn't work. They don't succeed on the skill check or saving throw. What happens when they're stuck in the dough? Okay, let's give it that. It's probably not going to deal damage. It will probably do something else. What else could it do? I don't know. It wouldn't make sense that like it would alarm anything. Like it wouldn't make sense that it would like alert anybody or make an alarm. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, you think about that. Living pantry, living quarters of 6 bread knights. Upon entering, roll 1d6 odds. They're asleep in their bread beds. Evens, they're awake and engrossed in leisure activities, rolling dice, playing cards. Okay, so another hallway can be seen leading to the throne room. Okay, so rather than like 50% chance combat, 50% chance they're sleeping. So let's start here. So engrossed in leisure activities, I do like that. But bread, so if you were a bread person, you wouldn't be rolling dice, you wouldn't be playing cards or gossiping. You would be doing like bread related activities. You'd be like decorating yourself with sesame seeds or something, I don't know, like you'd be doing bread activities. Maybe stuck dough to the hero hardens over time. Yeah, maybe. Like, what does it do? Like, it could impact the next encounter. It could like cause some other negative effect other than damage. Like maybe it causes like exhaustion, or I don't know. Like think about what like if you were Norman the bread guy and people are coming to get you because you're sending your boys, like you're causing trouble. Like if this thing is smart enough and sentient enough to like build all of this, like build a bread culture, like quite literally like building his own kingdom and empire, he's smart enough to like leave this trap. Well, let's think through the trap. Like if it was you, like what would it be? Like what would it do? Like is the intent to trap them for long enough so that when the patrols come, then the patrols can come like and then they go first and then like everybody's restrained, like that sort of thing. Like if you can't escape within like X number of tries, the patrol comes and XYZ happens. They start combat first and you all start combat restrained or like something. Okay. Grand oven. So rather than 50-50 odds, the pantry, I love the pantry being where they sleep. Would they sleep on bread or would they sleep in like a bread basket? Like with napkins and things, right? So we can lean into the bread thing a little bit more. Rather than 50-50 shot, they're asleep. Let's just say they're awake doing things so that the players can experience like the funny bread moment. And then like they can sneak by, they can maybe someone capture a bird, they can throw a bird in there and scare all the dudes away and they can just like get by for free. Like that sort of thing would be much more fun rather than like, oh, I rolled evens or whatever, so they're sleeping. Okay, well we just skip this whole room, right? So it's never fun to have like you're walking this way and there's a rock in front of you. Okay, well we go around the rock, right? So it's always better if you can like have some way for them to engage with it. And choosing not to engage with it is like a choice, but it's not the most interesting choice. Grand Oven, Norton's bakery, where all its creations come to life. Sacks of flour and grain are piled everywhere, with a gigantic oven taking up the center. Okay, so just internal consistency wise, because I'm enjoying this one so much. If he's done all these things, some amount of time must have passed. Okay, if he's got a grand oven and all these different things. So it might be like so like doing when we're talking about the rumors or after we defeat the bread attacking thing, the baker has to say like, oh yeah, this was like a month ago this happened, right? Or weeks ago, like I didn't think anything of it, like he ran away, like threatening me or whatever, and I said, yeah, get out of here, whatever, you lazy bread. And that, like, so that explains, like, okay, this has happened over a period of time. Okay, grain oven. Sacks of flour and grain are piled everywhere with a gigantic oven taking up the center. The chute discovered. Okay, that's cool. Good to know. A rat swarm bursts out from the grain piles and attacks a player if it gets too close. Another. I'd like to see something else engaging with the room, engaging with the oven. So rather than a rat swarm doesn't make sense here. Why would a rat swarm be here? I mean, because there's food, but like if this isn't like a particularly like dirty place, it's like I would like to see like some bread dude like trying to push people into the oven. It's like a bread. So this could be a common encounter. Anybody in here? Like there's a bread guy who doesn't deal much damage. He's like a soft dough boy, but he only wants to attack people by pushing them. He only pushes and he only pushes toward the oven like that. That's all he does. That kind of thing would be pretty fun. Yeah. Maybe it's not just one dude. Maybe it's like a bunch of minions, and they don't deal damage. If their attacks hit, they push a hero one space, and then like the oven is what deals the damage. Like that is all of a sudden a unique encounter that you wouldn't really ever find anywhere else. Throne room, large, lavishly decorated room. So we've already said lavishly, so we don't need to say that again. We've said that like here, like sort of that pun. And maybe you can like go to like Google like bread puns and like add those throughout. Like, I'm sure someone has made like 1,000 bread puns, and you can like integrate some of those things. A large, lavishly decorated room with an intricate bread throne at the center. So, what would it look like for bread to decorate lavishly, right? Think of the multigrain oats and seeds and like intricately like knotted bread art and like that kind of thing. Like really lean into the bread theme. Like let's own it. Like how often are we going to get to fight like a bread king? Upon it says Norman the first bread man. Although Norman is driven by rage, he could be persuaded that it isn't right. Okay, cool. The battle proceeds. 2 bread knights and a bread knot emerge from the bread decorated walls to defend Norman. Paul's outcomes, Norman abandons his plans of revenge. Instead, he started to create his own family. I really like that. I really like the optional combat encounter. Gotta go use those. Cool. Thanks for hanging out, Pablo. Great adventure, man. Party defeats Norman, obtains the magic starter dough, and either returns it to the baker, destroys it, keeps it. Okay. Okay. So let's definitely flesh out the end. What could Norman say? How could they convince him? What information have they collected earlier from the baker and the guards that could lead them to believe that Norman might be able to be reasoned with or threatened or whatever? So if they have combat with Norman, great. They've solved the evil bread king problem. If they don't, like combat is sort of like the fun part. It's a fun reward. So like what could they do otherwise? Are there like bread usurpers who say, well, if you're not going to defend the honor of the bread, then we will. And so like it can either be a legendary encounter against Norman or like a normal encounter with like a bunch of bread knights. That kind of thing maybe. So like if it's not one, it's the other. Or Norman. Like what else could happen? Like let's fill it out just a little bit more. Okay, cool. Is anybody still watching? Let's see how we're doing. Yeah, we got a few people watching. Cool. Thank you guys for hanging out. So would anybody anybody else watching like me to go over their adventure? So I'll go over this one a bit. If nobody has any comments. This one was by Jack Wayhill. He's already a professional writer. He doesn't need me to like give him a whole lot of advice. But the main thing I will tell Jack is we're at 1,000 words. If you know, all I need to tell Jack is basically, hey, you've got another 1,000 words to work with, so let's expand it a little bit. But this one, I did have some questions about what's going on, so I'll go ahead and let him know the questions that I had. If anybody wants me to review theirs next, then feel free to let me know. Travelers on the King Ridge Highway have been vanishing in droves, their empty wagons and dead pack animals marred with ocean salt. That's cool. On the banks of the Sea of Tears, lost souls in pale robes weep their leader, Edith the Desiccated. So much as well. Curse of the Gorgon. Okay, I'll try and take a look at that one next. With the power he's gained from the sea's waters, he's erected a great tower of salt with which he imprisons his worshippers. Okay, so that's cool. So cultists, he's got worshippers. He's not just killing people because he needs them. He needs them in their tears to like keep making this thing. Makes sense. Later, the Oracle receives a chilling vision of 1,000 weeping souls knelt before a pillar of salt. The vision is a portent of the end times and points toward the Sea of Tears. This is such a this one is such a cool quest hook that I almost don't even want to do any of the others. Innkeeper of the Valley's Rest is expecting a visit from her sister. Okay, so like this is sort of like the common like, oh, if we don't have anything else, then like we can use this one. But the Lyra the Oracle is like clearly heads and shoulders the best quest hook. Yeah, so like these two are not that great. We can either make these better or just lean into this one. Like this is the quest hook. How can we get people to this quest hook? Okay, so like if this is the best quest hook, then like we can lean into it more. Traveling encounters, abandoned wagon, run off the road and looted. 2 pack horses lie dead nearby, dries bones. All is covered in briny residue. So I really like this. Bog off. This year is our spoils. So I really like this. So rather than just being like an immediate ban and encounter, why? Like this could be like a role playing encounter. So let me go. I think let me check my notes. I think I had some notes here for. Ooh, I almost spilled a bunch of water. Let me move that. Tears. I didn't write. I had thoughts, but I didn't write them down. All right, let's just go back to it anyway. Okay, so let's make this one make sense. Why should the heroes not just kill these assassins or these bandits? Why do the bandits want these like these horses like who are dry as bones? I guess there's still some loot. Why would the assassins still like? Why would the bandits still be here if they could have just like looted it and left? Right. So let's explain a little bit more. I like that they're talking. I'd like to lean into that because like it's assumed that if there's bandits, you'll just fight them. But why wouldn't we just fight them? Why are the bandits still here? Salt crystal protrudes from the earth in a 6-foot column. Heroes who peer into it must make a DC 50 insight success. They see a vision of the Tower of Salt. Failure. Okay, so okay. So I would say this, okay, all right, you guys travel for a few more hours, and then up from the earth, you see this 6-foot pillar, like column of salt. What do you do? And the heroes, all right, I guess we keep going. Like, that's the most likely thing to happen. Okay, we keep going. How they know to peer into it? Like, let's see, like, let's expound upon it a little bit. Like, one more traveling encounter wouldn't be bad. Like maybe there could be like one of the cultists or one of the people who were trapped like was able to escape somehow, so they can like understand a little bit what's going on. Or maybe Lyra the Oracle like explains about what's going on a little bit so that we know what the stakes are. I don't know. Okay. So once we get to the pillar of salt or the salt tower, what do we call it? The salt tower. So we get to the Weeping Worshippers. So I would probably include the Weeping Worshippers, as like a traveling encounter. But I guess it doesn't really matter either way. But I really do love this dehydration mechanic. I love that kind of thing, like a unique mechanic, unique condition for like just this adventure, just this area. That kind of thing is primo. Dehydration. Heroes must make a DC 10 strength save each time they traverse from one location to another or gain one. We could just say become dehydrated, or yeah, I guess gain dehydrated 1. I guess that's fine. max 4. Okay, you get -1 speed while at dehydrated 4. Each dehydrated gained after 4 instead causes 1 wound. Okay, so each dehydrated gained after 4 causes 1 wound. So I would move this up here. And we probably don't need this -1 speed while max dehydrated. Drinking a pint of fresh water while catching breath clears when dehydrated. Okay, so this is cool. We could probably simplify it, streamline it a little bit, but I like having the mechanic. The salt golem basically uses like the digested mechanic. Like dehydrated is basically like a reflavored, like digested. I really like that. So maybe like you're pushed into the wall of the tower, you gain dehydrated. The salt golem punches you, gain dehydrated. So like dehydrated doesn't really have to do anything on its own, and maybe it doesn't need a max. Maybe it doesn't need to affect your speed or anything. Maybe it could be like -1 to any healing that you receive for each stack of dehydration. Because like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so that would be cool. So like we could probably simplify the dehydrated mechanic, and then like the environment and the monsters interact with it. Weeping Worshippers, Finley, yeah, really cool concept. Weeping Worshippers, crowd of folk kneel transfixed before a great white tower. Tears of salt have dried to the cheeks. Okay, this is cool. Okay, so like this is perfect. A crowd of folk kneel transfixed before a great white tower. Okay, so that would be like the intro line. And then, like, as you get closer, you see tears of salt. So the first bullet point, tears of salt dried to their cheeks, like maybe running to the floor or something. I don't know, like just describe it, like build it out a little bit. And then as you talk to them, you can learn that most of them are local travelers. Like, oh, I was on the way to Farhope. I was on the way to go see my mom, here and there. But, this thing happened. Okay, cultists and fanatics are disguised among them. Heroes must make a DC 14 insight check or be surprised. So when do the cultists attack? Like after you've talked to 2 or 3 people, cultists attack. And if they haven't, like explain how this encounter unfolds a little bit better. But I do like heroes must make an insight check or be surprised. That kind of thing is cool. Powerful magic compels the innocent to weep at the tower's feet. DC 12 Arcana. The spell is channeled from the tower. Trying to break it could kill those affected. So that seems like really important information, and that kind of stinks to have that gated behind like a check like that. So maybe like there could just be like a dead person there, like someone who tried to run away before having the spell broken, and he's dead. Okay, so like you can already see, like maybe one of the people can say like the heroes are gonna ask like, well, why are you guys weeping? Why don't you just leave? Like, well, that guy tried to leave and he died. Like there's something that's keeping us here. Like explain what the stakes are. Explain like why you can't just leave with all the people. And then like the third bullet would be like in the cultists attack or something, right? But if this first encounter here is combat and then the next encounter is combat, that feels a little bit much. So maybe we could like move the salt golem around a little bit, or maybe there just aren't cultists here. Like why would there be cultists here if the cultists know like these people can't leave? Like we don't need to be guarding them. Like we don't need to be out here because we have the golem protecting the tower already. So maybe this first encounter is just like we're learning about what the stakes are, why they can't just leave. Okay. And then before you get to the tower, there's this salt golem who's protecting it. So we don't really need the cultist. We don't need that combat encounter happening just yet. So we're just sort of making it internally consistent. Steps ascending to the next level are guarded by a hulking salt golem. And I would probably say salt golems, maybe like one for every other hero type of thing. Or if it's one salt golem, it would have hit points. It would have like 20 hit points per hero, so that it does scale. Or maybe this could be like a simple legendary salt golem. He doesn't have like a last stand or bloodied condition, but he just acts after each hero's turn. Like it could be a simple legendary creature like that. And again, I'm not too worried about the mechanics of the monsters. I can manage that. But just one salt golem for like all the heroes. We need to make sure it scales. Assault Golem attacks any who try to pass. Heroes who mimic the salt tears the worshippers can deceive it. Okay, so any of the worshippers can go inside. I don't know if I like that. Because the people who are crying are not the cult members. I feel like the cult members would be able to go inside, but like those who are forced to be there, like I think the golem wouldn't let them inside. So let's think that through just a little bit. I love Saline Strike, causing like the dehydrated or digested condition from the oozes. That is super cool. Brittle stairs. Stairs continue landing further up into the tower. Oh, leading up into the tower. They crunch disconcertingly. When the heaviest hero ascends, the stairs collapse. Any of the stairs falls 20 feet onto a landing. Brittle stairs. Ceiling protector. Brittle stairs. Okay, I see. The stairs collapse. So I'd like to. So basically a trap, like an environmental hazard. How could they avoid this trap? Like, do they see the trap? How could they avoid it? Like let's let them be creative rather than just like this just happens. Can they do anything to mitigate it? I do like that we're foreshadowing a little bit, but if this is like a trap or environmental hazard, it's more fun if they can think about it a little bit more. So we have like a bunch of words that we can spin still to like explain it and develop it a little bit more. But yeah, cool. That's fine. It makes sense that the stairs would be brittle. But what else can we do with it? Shards of sorrow. Shards of sorrow. Okay. Translucent stalagmites. Gentle glow can be seen. Okay. Translucent stalagmites, stalactites of salt are scattered about the room, dripping water from the ceiling. They weep softly. Slithering about the chamber are several saline oozes. Okay, that's cool. Hunger. They hunger for good suffering. Heroes who start their turns able to hear the weeping of the chrysalis must make a will. Okay, so hearing the weeping dazes them. Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense that it would daze you. I don't know if that makes sense. But I do like the weeping shards having some effect. Maybe it could do something else. Yeah, and I would say the gray oozes use like dehydrate instead of digested. Like we could say that, just to sort of combine that. But yeah, so it could be like a relatively easy encounter, like versus the oozes. But because they're fighting in this room, it's unique and difficult or challenging or different in this way because these shards are like, something is happening. I'm not sure. Morning statute. Statue? Great, I think that's a statue, not statute. Great statue of Sar. What is Sar? The bad guy they're trying to summon. Sar, she who mourns. Okay. Calcified corpses kneel in the waters. Ugh. Cool. Positioned as if drinking Sar. Characters who drink experience gainful sorrow, taking one dehydrated and gaining advantage on all saves. That's cool. Okay, so so it's sort of like a bane and a boon. That's cool. I like that. Damaging the statue awakens the corpses as undead. Okay, so I really like this mechanic. Gaining, I would love it if the heroes could know a little bit more of like that. This isn't just a bad thing. Like me naturally seeing like these like corpses and things like drinking things, like definitely don't drink it. Like nobody drink it. But if there's this cool mechanic of like, well, if you drink it, you get this boon. Like, so maybe there could be some poetry or something, or like cultists are in there drinking. So rather than corpses, like it's actually cultists who are like, drink the blessed waters of sorrow and gain the boon, the blessing of Sar, whatever. Like, then I might see like combat starts. The first thing the cultists do is like they start drinking this water to gain this boon, and they get stronger. So like it shows the heroes like the water's not all bad. Like it gives you something, right? I don't see why anybody would ever damage a statue in like a spooky cultist room. Like that is like only like that's only bad juju. So are these statues like blocking the way to the next room and they have to they have to destroy them or move them or whatever? Like why would they like don't damage the spooky thing in the cultist room, right? So like how would they interact with this? Yeah, so how could they interact with this a little bit differently? I love the morning statue. Like, yeah, I feel like cultists would be in here. Like, if this is like the great statue of like the dude they're trying to summon, yeah, they totally be in here drinking and stuff and doing things. The Font of Anguish, Empty Basin. I love all the names. I love all the names. Empty Basin stands atop a raised dais. Inscribed on it is rivers. In rivers I flow, brackish and mournful. I feel like if that rhymed, it would be even cool. In rivers I flow, brackish and low. Something, I don't know. It would sound cooler if it rhymed. If tears are placed in the font, it begins to glow brighter, and a tear stone droplet appears inside. That's cool. Okay, so you figure out the riddle or whatever, you get this cool little prize. Let's make it a little bit more obvious that like this is a riddle. Or that like that this is a thing to be solved. I think people would just read that and they're like, oh, okay, that's cool. Tearstone droplet. Okay, so this room it's only a riddle and only like an item if you can solve it. But this is a bit of a like, oh, there's a rock in front of you. Well, we go around it. Like let's like give one more bullet point. Like why should we interact with it? Like this is a thing to be interacted with. Like let's we can develop it a little bit more now that we have the word budget to do so. The Pale Heart, yes. Hovering, so this is Pierre the Pale Heart. Hovering about the central chamber is Pallid Heart. Tending to it is Edith the Desiccated. Okay, reading, so the heroes wouldn't know that Edith the Desiccated, like that is this person, unless like some of the cultists they met in this room say like mention Edith, or they've learned about Edith some other way, so they wouldn't know that. They would just see like, oh, some person is in here. So I'd love to learn about Edith the Desiccated and like all of her plans. I'd love to learn about all of that like throughout this tower. Maybe adding one room, like somewhere, adding an additional room just so it feels a little bit more full. Adding another one or two rooms. But I'd love to learn about all of this before we get to her, so we know what the stakes are. Have you come to see the rebirth of Lady of Misery? Love that name. That's a cool name. If the crystal is destroyed, the citizens outside the tower will collapse within 1 minute, killing everyone inside. The citizens outside the tower will collapse. So the crystal is destroyed. If it feels like the citizens should be like released. Okay, so I think what it's saying is like if the crystal is destroyed, then like we have like a cool escape sequence. So maybe we can lean into that, like some sort of skill challenge. Like it can just be like 3 or 4 bullet points, but a cool escape sequence would be cool. But let's clarify that. If the crystal is destroyed, the citizens are released, and then see the escape sequence. The Brine Staff, carried by Aethys. Okay, there's a cool thing that she does. Okay, so overall, really cool adventure. If we have if I told Jack, yeah, give me 2,000 words, like it would have been a lot more full featured. So not blaming him at all. My fault. If the crystal is destroyed, the people outside are freed and the tower's thrall. Okay, so we kind of already said that. If Edith is allowed to continue his rituals, oh, Edith is a guy. Okay, Edith sounds like a girl name. Aiden is a guy name, but that sounds sort of like a middle schooler. Aiden didn't do his homework. The tower salt grows ever taller, and a curse of sorrow begins to engulf the land. For long, even the sun and moon. That's super cool. Like that. Okay, very good job, Jack. Still watching Curse of the Gorgon. All right, let's hop into that one next. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Been drinking a lot of water. All right, I'll be right back. All right, you guys. I'm gonna have to leave now for the game. All right, yeah. Might have to do the other 5 or 6 later, since we've been streaming for a while. But let's get through the Curse of Gorgon. Thrust past present. Okay. Heroes enter ancient witch for tomb and search for magic amulet said to hold great power, but they're too late. Priest Sithis. Okay, so rather than this, so this should be like the backstory. What are they going to learn as they're doing this? Okay, so there's this dude. So, like, don't tell me, like, don't give me the setup. Give me like what happened before the heroes like got to the thing that they figure out as they play the adventure. The priestess Zithis has an amulet and is now possessed by the spirit of the witch, transformed the Gorgon. Okay, so yeah, like there's this amulet, there's a spirit, and she's Gorgon now. Yeah, we don't need that. Can they stop her? Okay, tower wants this artifact. Perfectly in line with what the tower would want to do. Can we give it like a little bit of a spice, you know? So like that quest hook is like a ham sandwich, like ham and bread, like ham and like just regular white bread, like a couple of slices of like, regular ham. Could we add like some lettuce, tomato, you know, fancy up the bread a little bit? They offer substantial reward. They offer you like a favor, like any favor that you ask, like within reason, if you can bring us this. Without telling anybody. All right, we added a little bit spicy now. So like implying danger, implying that this isn't something I'm really supposed to have, you know. So can we zhuzh it up a little bit? Zarathis, the merchant, sells directions to the tomb of Nefor and the countless others in the Valley of Tombs. The maps are affordable. Okay. So he's selling directions to the tomb of Nefor. Okay. So how would a merchant have direction? So maybe instead of a merchant, maybe Zarathis is like an adventurer who made it to the tomb of Nefor. And he saw how dangerous it was, but he knows that other stupid adventurers, they will pay money. So like he wasn't able to get paid from his adventure, but he can sell the information that he has to other dumb adventurers who are willing to risk it. Bring extra rash for the extra. So I like having the extra, you know, things here. Like this could be like, if you tip him extra, like, hey, you know, this is how much the adventure costs, but if you give me a little bit extra, I'll give you some secret clues and hints. They can pay money, or they can like threaten him for the additional information, and maybe he gives them false information, you know, that kind of thing. Travelers, one of the bells tomb. All right, so let's drop this. This one is a little bit too generic. Secret Zithis seeks power. Power of the witch to unite the snake men. Some of her followers have turned from Zarathus. Okay, so this should just be in the what's going on. So explain like what's going on. I want to see it explained a lot, like a lot better, not necessarily longer, but what do I need? What is going to happen? Like what led up to the events that the heroes are now needed for this particular thing? Okay, who is Nefor? Why do I want this tomb? Like, why has nobody ever gotten to it before? Like that sort of thing. So look at some of the other adventures to see like a good examples of what's going on. But these two quests, like this quest hook is fine. We can tweak it. This quest hook is fine. We can like zhuzh it up a little bit. And we could probably shorten this one a bit. Okay, let's take a look at the word count. 1160. Okay. Secrets and rumors. So secrets and rumors, it's the same thing. Okay. So that's the stuff that they find out as they play. The witch Nefor was an advisor to the dynasts, and according to some legends, a witch. So it's already a rumor, so we don't need to say according to some legends. But if it's something that like we can say like false, if it's false, or like true if it's true, like you can do that kind of thing. But we don't really say according to legends or anything like that. Her gaze was rumored to stun any man, her beauty beyond description. So yeah, all of this is sort of the backstory of what's going on. Her power and spirit lingers in her priceless ruby and gold amulet buried over the rains. The tower has shown increased interest in many magic artifacts. Okay, so we don't need that. Like that's just part of like the backstory of the tower. Like that's already in the GM guide. Twirling encounters, Blessing of Life. Zethryx, the desert wind, is flying in the distance, leaving a rainbow trail. Heavy rain is pouring from her wings. Following her leads to an oasis with fresh water. So that's cool. That probably shouldn't be the first encounter. That should be like deep in the desert. Like you wouldn't just see her like, all right, we're entering the desert. And like the first thing we experience is like the great and powerful, like rare, like super duper fancy cool thing. And there should be like things leading up to this. Right. So like if Star Wars like started off with like Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader fighting, like, well, that's like we're moving too fast. Like we need to sort of build up to that a little bit. Like that's the coolest revelation. If Star Wars started off with like the Death Star blowing up the planet, you know, we're starting a little bit hot. Okay, this next one is really cool. I like this. Idol of the first gods, a weather-old stone could be surrounded by offerings. Okay, this is super duper cool. So it's sort of like a tip jar with money already in it. Like we're implying what is to be done here without really saying what's to be done. Like you could steal from a tip jar. You shouldn't do it. Like bad things will happen if you do. Or if you like leave a good tip, then like maybe you get something nice. So I really like that. That is super cool. So Temp Bane, roll 1d6. So so instead of roll 1d6, it should be like, how much did they steal? Did they steal like 25 gold? Did they steal 50 gold? Like, did they steal like one hero? Since there's like 25 gold per hero, did they steal one hero's amount of treasure? You get this bane. If you stole 2, then you get these 2 banes. And if you stole all, as much as you could hold, then you get like all of these until you save rest. That's kind of cool. Sand sharks. Relentlessly pursue heroes, appease them with meat, blah blah blah. Okay, so I like the idea of sand sharks, and they sort of chase the people deeper into the desert, and it's at this point that maybe they could see Zethryx, the desert wind, or something. I'd like to lead up to this a little bit, but they wouldn't just see like this thing. Like they probably wouldn't know what it is. It would be like you see this beautiful creature, like, beautiful winged creature, rainbow trail, rain is pouring from it. And then maybe you can make a lore check to understand what it is and like give a little bit of information about like, oh, the snakemen believe this about her and this and this. And then so what would happen at the oasis? Maybe they can take a rest, or they can do this or that. Like, so tell me what that means to find an oasis with fresh water. Green glowing sand. When investigated, acid stalkers emerge from the sand. 2 per hero. Okay, so yeah, we've had. Okay, so the first thing that we encounter is like this idol to the first gods. So maybe this idol could be, rather than like an idol to the first gods, just like some random thing. It could be an idol of safe passage in the desert, like that kind of thing. Like you enter the desert, you want to have a good journey in the desert. You don't want to get attacked by sand sharks. You don't want this. You want that. You can. Do you leave money? If you do, then the rest of your travel is going to be easier. So then when you encounter the sand sharks, if you left money, maybe like the DC is going to be much lower, right? To get them off your trail, or they sort of circle around you, but they sort of leave you alone, like that. Ooh yeah, man, and they're high five. Your players are high fiving each other, like yeah, good thing you left money. That kind of thing would be super duper cool. Travel encounters are like on the way to the adventure. Like you can change it up, just like the bread one. It's like, they're sort of like at the end. You could change it up, of course. Like it's just sort of like, here's a good starting point. But broadly, it's like the dungeon is here and the quest giver is over here, and you're on the way. Like the dungeon presumably isn't like right on the border of like the grassy land and the desert, because like if it was, like people would have just gone there and gotten it themselves. So it's presumably it's like off in some dangerous area deep in the desert, right? So what happens on the way to the desert? Right when you enter, it makes sense that there would be a shrine of like good fortune, like, hey, desert, be nice to us. Let me zoom in here. I'm sorry, I know it's a little bit small. So fingers crossed, desert's really nice to us. It makes sense that would be there. And then it makes sense that the sand sharks would be a little bit deeper into the desert, and then the glowing green sands, a cool combat encounter. So the sand sharks, like maybe combat encounter. Green glowing sand, definitely a combat encounter. And then it would make sense that you would want to see Zethryx, the desert wind. because you've taken some damage. You need to rest. You can't just rest anywhere in the desert. You can't take a breather. You need to find some shade. You can't do a short rest, a field rest in the desert just anywhere. You need to have somewhere. And maybe you can even put like a little call out box. You cannot rest in the open desert. But if you follow over to this oasis, you can do a short rest there, a field rest. Okay. So acrid smell in the air when investigated. So what does it mean when investigated? Okay, so acrid smell in the air. Can the heroes make a skill check to recognize the signs of the acid stalkers? And if they do, does whoever whoever succeeded on that gets advantage on their initiative save or something, or their initiative roll, like maybe that. So if I know what this green sand means, it means acid stalkers are coming. Everybody get ready. So everybody gets advantage on the initiative. If they get if they get a 20 or higher, everybody gets an advantage on their lore check or whatever, history check or whatever, naturecraft check. Everybody gets advantage. If they get a 15 or higher, they get advantage. If they get like a 10 or lower, then like it's just a normal common encounter. They roll initiative like normal. They're ambushed, etc., etc. Okay, adventure locations. Entry scenic, dusty stone hallway. It was used recently. So what does this mean? It was used recently. Footprints, drag marks, etc., etc. So you can't tell that something was used. You can tell that it looks a certain way. There's a mural on the wall showing a beautiful woman wearing a ruby and gold necklace surrounded by several servants. So a mural on the wall, like presumably it's carved in stone, you wouldn't be able to tell it's a ruby and gold necklace. You could, like a beautiful woman wearing a an ornate necklace surrounded by servants. Beside it is a list of names. Most are weathered and unreadable except for one, Neferhor. I would tweak this to be a little bit easier to say, but that's a good name. It sounds very Egyptian-y, very deserty. At least 24 snakemen went into the tomb. Okay, so this would be first. Move this up to the top thing, and like you wouldn't tell like a bunch of like slithery marks. A bunch of snakemen are in here. Hallway of the Dead. Okay, so entry, Hallway of the Dead. Okay, dark hallway littered with bones, a few snakeman corpses. Okay. Presumably these are fresh. The snakeman corpses are fresh. The bones are quite old. And this could probably just be part of here. So I did not intend as GM to use all of them, but yeah, the intent for the Charlotte calendars is like, you use all of them unless you just don't want to. Like you could always skip one if you didn't want one, but the intent is like you're using all of these. We're like setting the stage where this is the appetizer to the meal. Otherwise, it's like, the tower, you're in Farhope, and the tower hires you to go get this necklace, and then like, okay, you're in the tomb. Right? So it just feels very abrupt. If nothing happens between when you're like way over here in the city and then like 7 days journey, you're in the desert now, just sort of happens in a second. Just so the traveling encounters are like what happens along the way. Snakemen, corpses are fresh, bones are old. Necrotic magical runes on the wall will reanimate the dead. Okay, so so clarify this. Is the Arcana check in order for you to revive the dead, or to understand that this is what happens, or so like clarify this. This doesn't make a lot of sense. Stepping in the middle of the hallway, the runes glow. Combat ensues. To understand. Okay, yeah, let's clarify that. So you wouldn't know that. So you would see that there are runes carved on the wall in the DC 12 Arcana, necrotic runes, necrotic reanimation runes. Okay, and then DC 14, maybe like make the spread a little bit further, because like if you roll a 12 or 13, like you get this. Like it's just like a very narrow 10% band that like you would ever see this one. DC 14, undead can't go outside the ruined area. Okay. Stepping in the middle of the hallway, the runes glow and combat ensues. 1 specter per 2 heroes, 1 snake man zombie. Oh, that's cool. Zombie stats plus calling strike trait. Love that. The end of each round, max 3 times, add initial skull minion, d4 per hero. Okay. A radiant or necrotic spell user can use 2 actions and 2 mana to interact with the runes, destroying the group of skeletons. Okay, so this is all cool. So basically, like a trapped room. A trapped room. Here's how they can figure it out. Yeah, so like, what can they do about it? So let's say like they're on this side of the room before they go into the middle, and they see like all these bones and things. And I can tell like, oh, this is necrotic runes. Like, why do they activate when we go into the middle of the room? Is it like a pressure plate or something? So 1, it needs to make sense. 2, is there anything we can do about this trap? So like we see the trap. We see the trap, but can we do anything about it? I don't know. It's generally best if the heroes have some agency about what to do about it, because this is just a long hallway. Like they can't just go a different direction. So giving some agency. Destroy undead, run through. They can't follow. Okay, they can run through. Yeah, I guess. So it does need to be clear, like where the ruined area is. Yeah, I like the idea. I'd like a little bit more clarity about like what the GM and what the heroes can do. Because right now, even reading it through and you explaining it to me, like I'm starting to get it, but I should be able to get it immediately without any explanation and just sort of reading it through the first time. Servant hallway puzzle. Hieroglyphs adorn the floor and 3 pairs of statues flank the hall. Okay. They read, the faithful servant is beneath notice. Primal language or lore DC 3. Okay. Statues with angry faces and open mouths. So I like that. Walking past flames. 2d6 fire or half on DC 14 dex save. Love that. All of that is cool. All of this is really cool. Obvious puzzle, like these angry faced statues with their mouths open, they are definitely going to be blowing fire at us. Yeah, it's super cool. Almost too easy. Almost too easy. So this might just be like only this. Like you can only read these hieroglyphics if you know primordial. Because like that we're hinting at it all these other ways, and like you don't even have to make a save. You could just duck and like you're safe. So yeah, I like that. This is a great puzzle, great little puzzle, and rewarding someone for picking like an odd language. I like that. And then the hallway are 2 fake walls. Snakeman opened one leading to the witch tomb. The other leads. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so at the end of the hallway is a doorway and 2 fake walls. So we do need to explain that a little bit. So there's not just 2 fake walls. There's a doorway to the fake burial chamber. There's a secret room that they opened. So I guess this is a secret room that they opened, and then there's another secret room that they didn't open. But because they see one secret door, they can tell that maybe there's another secret door. Fake burial chamber, plundered long ago, can't be the real chamber. So it's a very low, it's a relatively low skill check, but this is like if they don't get the skill check, the adventure sort of ends. Like it just sort of ends confusingly, right? So they go into fake burial chamber. So they go into fake burial chamber, and you say, "Hey, give me an insight check," and they roll an 8, and you say, "Well, I'll let someone else help. Someone else help." They roll and they get a 3. Fake burial chamber. So this can't be real chamber. So you enter in, you see a burial chamber and it's empty, and then they go in this. They go in which one? Which one is open? Snakeman opened the one leading to the witch tomb. Okay, so this one is open. On closer look, so witch tomb. So this one is open. Flickering torches on close look. Snake men are lifelike statues. Sarcophagus is broken open. Examination of the mummy's amulet was forcefully taken. Praising hymns. Okay, so how can we tell the mummy's amulet was forcefully taken? Like, was it around her neck, and it was like her neck is like ripped off or something? So how like we can't look back in time. So how would we know it was forcefully taken? You could say it's missing. Okay, yeah. So if that's the idea, yeah, go and describe that. Praising hymns around the witch Nefror are written on the walls. Blessed be your beauty, temporary be your slumber, magnificent be your return. I like that. That's cool. That's super duper cool. Traveler's friend is sitting in one corner. Terrified priest's transformation. Who's the traveler's friend? I don't know what that means. Okay, so this is cool. So this part in particular is super duper cool. Temporary be your slumber, magnificent be your return. Awesome line. Traveler's friend sitting in a corner. Treasure room. Okay, so the next room. So there's a witch tomb, then a treasure room. Okay, a hooded snake woman is surrounded by a treasure. Something wiggles hiss on the hood. Witch is under control of priest's body. Okay, so we need to reveal like a little bit. The traveler's friend is from the third plot hook, which was no good. Okay, so yeah, let's integrate all it. So like yeah, if we just don't give that plot hook, like who in the world is this? So let's pull it together a little bit. We need to explain what's happening. So this is a snake men burial chamber, but the snake men are breaking in to take the tomb, to take the necklace. So like here, so why I'm confused is because this this isn't giving me what I need. So there's this person who lived long ago who had a necklace. Okay, the snake men recently found the tomb and they want it. A bunch of snake men broke in and died, but the necklace is missing, and someone put the necklace on, and then it turned her into a gorgon. Am I understand? Like, is that? I think that's what's happening, but I'm not 100% sure. So why does it make sense that she turned into a gorgon? Why is there a witch? Is the gorgon the witch? So is the snake woman a snake man that put on the necklace and now has a snake body and snake hair? So that there's a lot of confusion happening. Combat ensues when the heroes are hostile or don't behave like servants. The witch is control. Okay, so the witch. Okay, so this is the witch's. So if you hit snakes all the way down, baby. So the snake men are breaking into here. Why? The witch. So the witch is the the witch is the mummy, and then the putting on the mummy witch's thing. So like pull it together a little bit, clarify what's going on, like who's happening and what's going on. Like I'm reading the secret gems notes and I'm not following it. So the heroes they'll be playing through this like I don't know who this is, but let's kill her, guys. And then they're gonna lead this venture saying like yeah, there's a couple of cool things, but I was super confused about what was happening. Okay, Zithis. I don't know who Zithis is, but she's struggling against the witch. Is Zithis a snake man woman? Struggling against the wish's presence in her mind, heroes can try to help her struggle. So this is the cool part of this adventure. Let me see if I can pull up. Okay, so like why did we pick this one? If the adventure is so confusing, because it was Curse of the Gorgon. Okay, so this is Twin Steel's comments. So he really liked it. So Double King, Matt, and Twin Steel really liked this one. So Double King really liked how it had a good tie-in with the Scorpion Queen adventure, use of the lore. Hallway Comet was cool. And then the thing that Double King liked the most, and that so Matthias, what So this isn't one that I would have picked, but because Matt and Ross like this one so much, then I'd love to have you like give it another shot. But what he liked the most, the coolest part of this was the way you can save the priestess at the end instead of killing her. That thing is really cool. So if you save her instead of killing her, like maybe they get to fight like the specter instead, or the white, or the banshee, or whatever instead. So like that was the coolest part of this, and that it tied into the Scorpion Queen adventure and used some of that lore. Then Twin Steel said some ambiguity of the tower and the nameless wanderer. Yeah, relies on the DM reading up on them in the GMG, perhaps. Maybe point the reader to the page 90, the Withering Dune specifically. Yeah, so he said some of the names would require more work to distinguish and recall for the demon players. Yes, yeah. So he's saying it was confusing. Appreciate the multiple non-combat encounters or encounters without mandatory combat resolution. Yes. So okay, so like that kind of thing is cool. Zithis is the priestess. Good use of reskinning, creating new monsters. Yes, that was cool. Wasn't sure the stats of the sand shark. Pre-League Adventures. Yeah, so some stuff was hidden by a check. Yeah, a good hook for another adventure. Okay. So where were we? Okay, so Zithis. If Nefura is not stopped, she will go to another dynasty tomb for powerful undead. Okay, so like this cool thing. Cool things are happening. And I like leaving like quest hooks for the GM to play with and stuff. But a bit confusing. So we have a lot of space to add and clarify and simplify. I think there's like one or two too many people happening. So why does Snakeman want it? Is this other person a stake person? I love the idea of like saving her, but we need to know about her before we even think about saving her. Otherwise, it's just like, oh, here's the bad guy at the end of the adventure. Let's kill her. You know? Okay. Cool. I'm starting to lose my voice. Is there anybody else who wanted me to look at theirs who is still watching? I think most of the people have sort of signed off by now. Let's see. Great feedback. Thanks. Okay, great. Okay, so I think I've given this one feedback already. He might have. I don't know if he's revised that one yet. I've given feedback on that one. I think I've given feedback on that one already. All right, so I'm going to give feedback on this last one, and then I think we'll call it. Behold, Stinchrot. Awesome name. Dunforge is small dwarven hold and home to some Crackhammer clan. I think that's too close to one of the Critical Role things. Weren't they Crackhammers? I'm not sure. I don't really watch that much, but I think that sounds familiar. Well known for the craftsmanship, not in weapons and armor, but jewelry and magical trinkets. So we could just say well known for their jewelry, magical trinkets. We don't need to say the other things. It has hold. The hold has gone silent. Forge burn. Okay. I've been having this on the background for a bit. Some good takeaways. Nice. Especially the points about having just a single good hook instead of forcing three. The whole change with how adventures are laid out. Yeah. Craghammer is what it was in Critical. That sounds right. Okay, few traders who return say the halls reek of rot. Strange. Okay, so all of this is this is sort of the synopsis, and then like the rest of the adventures here is nice. Let's go to the tools, word count. Okay, so it's 1,200 words, but he included like some of the notes just for me that wouldn't actually be published. So I really like New Champion Slarkist, and let me actually see what the other guys said about this on the Behold Extension Rod. Interesting rooms, ubiquitous social, environmental, and combat pillars. There aren't any travel encounters. Stay on the way. Actually, said a Nimble. Love that the treasure is pertinent to the adventure. Yeah, that's cool. Generously scattered throughout. Concerned that information on how to end the final showdown is either too difficult to obtain or not called out in any way. Little explanation of the conclusion, though, is somewhat self-evident. Mechanics for the final encounter rely entirely on the Trog stat block and not the creativity of the writer. But I mean, like using them creatively is cool. Very good hooks. I like the items. Wish they were also in their own section. Good flavor. Yes. Yes. So if the items were in their own section, that would help a little bit. Okay. So there's this new troglodyte who came in and did things like all of this. All of this stuff is really cool. I remember that already. I'm not going to go into that. Crackhammer was due to deliver a batch of things, but never came. Tink Dabblefizz, cheerful, is looking to prepare a team. Most recent rumor has him concerned. Quest hooks are solid, solid, but could be a little bit better. Sun Lantern. So all of these are cool. Like just being able to blind at anything looking there is too strong. So maybe this could just be like a distraction thing rather than like mechanical, like capital B blind. That could be cool. Gasbreaker's Helm. This was neat. Deep Pick. That was cool. Bitter Ring. Our band. When this you're immune to. Let me zoom in. Sorry, so you guys can see it. While wearing this ring, you are immune to harmful airborne effects. So I would say I would use like just this. The ring frosts over it when near poison rot, and I think I might have. I think I had added some notes to this already. What was this? This one was called something else, wasn't it? The Stench Below Stone. Come on. No, past Evan didn't add any notes. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so this thing that does sort of like the Lord of the Rings glows when orcs are nearby is super cool. It frosts over when like it makes your finger cold when it's near poison or rot. That's neat. Visual locations: Outer Gate at the foot of the mountain. Tall twin doors stands for you. All is a natural quiet. No sentries mark your approach. So this is cool. Door is heavy. Requires a strong push. Might check to open. Easier with multiple people. Dwarves use mechanical device. Inside that would usually do the job. So that's cool lore. I don't know that we need all of that. We don't need that probably. No other unusual sights can be seen by sight or smell. So I would say like people, noise, like activity, like is conspicuously absent. Like the weird thing about what is here is like nothing is here. Once it opens, the smell of rot is immediately apparent. Strength save. You just say STR save. And the sudden change catches those impaired off guard. So what does it do? What does it do when they're caught off guard? What happens to them? Maybe they vomit and they lose a hit die. That kind of thing is kind of cool. But if you can come up with a better idea, you go ahead. Great Hall. Okay, so I love this. Lots of blood, no bodies, though. Ooh, that's weird. Cracked door and helm. So why is this important? Well, why is this important? Okay, so drag marks lead deeper into the dark. That's cool. Crude weapons made of stone and wood lay broken on the floor. Nothing of metal remains. So why is this important? Why is this important for me as the GM? Like, go ahead and tell me as the GM why this is important. So this clearly, okay, like there's arrows going this way. Why is this important? But I do like, so this is really cool. Lots of blood, no bodies. Okay, so we're hinting at something. We're hinting at something. We're hinting at something. But what are we hinting at? Anvil Quarter, Heart of the Forge. So the description, the room name in the description should only have like what do they see at the first immediately. Okay, they wouldn't see the Heart of the Forge. They would see heavy anvils, cold forges, soot on the ceiling. And then this would be like the next bullet point here. Lockbox. So this is just, you know, a place they can explore around, make some skill checks, maybe find some loot. Add just a little bit more. Like why would they want to look for loot here? Lockbox can be found here. Key is the living quarters. Okay, go ahead and give me like the like DCX finesse check. This is for like level 3 heroes. So No, it'd probably be like DC 18, DC 19, like pretty hard because there's a key somewhere else and can't be smashed open. Or maybe it could be like an ornate lot box. So like any box could be smashed open if you had enough time, but this is like an ornate, expensive looking lock box. If they smash it, then like you ruin the lock box. So that would be cooler. So you can smash it open, but you ruin the value of the lockbox. And maybe this lockbox is worth like 200 gold pieces. Like maybe it's worth like 100 gold pieces without the key. With the key, it's worth like 500, like 300 gold pieces, because like you could sell it as lockbox. You could use it. That kind of thing would be cool. So it encourages them to look somewhere else. But I'd like to have like one other cool thing to learn here, like to unfold a story maybe. Maybe someone is hiding there or something. I don't know. I'm sure you could be a little bit more creative than that. Barracks, a shattered door, rows of sturdy stone bunks and empty weapon racks line the walls. Overturned and scorched. Burnt bedding, missing armor. One bears a scratch message in Dwarvish. There are too many. Save my son Haldor. So this is cool. So like a quest within the quest. I like that. I'd love to have like one more thing. So again, we're hinting at things, but nothing is happening yet. There aren't like a lot of choices to be made. I'd love to have some choices. Role playing, exploration, combat. Let's let them use their skills, their abilities. Let's let them make some choices. Go here or go there. All of that would be super cool. So like if we have like we can learn something here, then we can have a social encounter here. We can have exploration here. We can have like use a skill check here. If you look at the creator's guide, the creator's kit, it has like different ideas that you can have. So you'll pick some of those and fill out these rooms just a little bit, since we have the we have the technology. We have the words left. Living quarters, water stone, once fill warmth, now early sight. So we don't really need this once fill with warmth. This is what do they see, what they experience right when they come in. So modest stone dwellings, eerily silent. And then the first bullet point is small stone hearths, cold ashes. Many places are smeared with dark, bloody prints. Okay, so that's kind of cool. The key to the anvil quarter lockbox is found here. Is it just laying out in the open? Do they have to do something to find it? What do they say in order to find it? A diary's on the table. Last entry stops mid-sentence. Okay, so maybe like a dwarf or like a traveling gnome merchant who has just happened to be here. Like dwarves, like they're too proud to like hide. So like they all fight and die or get taken. But a traveling gnome merchant would smear himself in something really bad smelling so that the stench boys, the trogs, they couldn't find him. So he comes out and like explains something. So we've already seen a a message written in the thing. We've already done a lot of hinting and foreshadowing. But let's just go in. Let's come out and say, oh, Krog the troglodyte, came and did this, and he was talking. Me Krog, me in charge of tribe, me do this, whatever. Like, so they know like what's happening, and they can talk to the dude. Maybe this gnomish merchant will ask them to save him. Maybe the gnomish merchant is like secretly a spy, and he's working with the troglodytes, and he double crosses them. Like, we can add some twists and some cool things to what's going on here. Okay, Gasberger helmets later. Those produce a noise that echoes throughout the hall, alerting a patrol of trogs. Okay, so if you take the helmet, okay, so if you take the helmet, so like the trogs are not super smart, but they can hear well. If you take the helmet, it makes a noise. A rocks fall or something. They come. 6 troglodytes. Right, so it should be like 6. It should be like X per hero. And if it's a level 3 thing, then you can see what the level of the troglodytes are, and like just go and put that many troglodytes here. They arrive soon after the alarm goes off. So maybe so like you can say. So since they're coming from far away, a unique thing for this common encounter could be you all have like 3 actions to prepare, or you have like a few seconds to prepare for this common encounter. So maybe the common encounter is like a little bit above level, like a little bit above a normal difficulty, since they have time, they have like a full turn or whatever to like prepare for these troglodytes to come because they're gonna come in and like, and then like they can jump them. So you can give them like some time to like just a brief moment to like be creative and do something. So that would be cool. So like maybe this helmet was like perched precariously. You know, like sometimes you can have like a thing that is like perched kind of like this, and like the helmet is here, and if you lift up the helmet, like this thing like tilts down, and, like rattles and makes noise and whatever, whatever. That kind of thing is cool. Like when Mary or Pippin they knock the helmet down the down the well. You know, that kind of thing would be sweet. So giving them time to prepare for this encounter would be a unique situation. Temple, a temple to a dwarven god. Now the altar is cracked, flame cold pit. So we have a lot of narrative here, but what I'd like to see is something a little bit shorter, more to the point. Like what do they see immediately, and then let the GM like add the flourish, like in their own words. Because like if it's too long, I can't scan it, and then like I'm tempted to just go ahead and read it. But like me reading a description, like me reading like a 10 out of 10 description is about as good as like me saying like a 3 out of 10 description. Like just saying it off the cuff. Like because like looking at the players in the eyes and like just like telling the story to them, that just means a lot more. It means a lot more. It's a lot easier to do that, right? So feel free to give ideas and like that kind of thing, but keep it much shorter. If you need additional information, put it in the bullet points. Philly calls out if he hears a hero's voices, he's possesses the sun lantern, which he uses to blind the trogs to give him okay, cool. Over to the players, they promise to help rescue the prisoners. Love it. He informs them they will need to destroy the support beams in the unstable tunnels to hold off the trogs, give enough time to escape the prisoners. Cool. Love it. Incursion zone. Stone transitions to damp earth. Excuse me. Sorry, everybody. Walls are clawed, ceilings scraped. This is where troglodytes. This is where the troglodytes broke through. Okay, so they would see this. They wouldn't see that. So an insight check might let them know, like a DC 10, pretty easy insight check, would let them know, okay, this is where the troglodytes broke through. Or anybody, like any dwarf would know this automatically. Like you can reward people for this ancestry that they picked, that sort of thing. A dozen dwarves are kept here, women and children. One of them is a boy named Haldir. He manages to hide his father's pickaxe, deep pick, nearby in the dirt. They're being ready to be. They're being prepared to be transported deeper into the mountain. Okay, something like that. What do we do here? What does Haldir say? Give us a little bit more. Again, cool adventure. Fill it out a little bit more. Unstable tunnels, cracked supports, damp ceilings, grown with the weight above. The tunnel is huge, open cavern. Trogs patrol here. Their death. If the Trogs patrol is here, okay. So if they weren't alerted here, so you know what I would do? I would just say they just come. It's like when the people touch this, there's a combat encounter, and there's combat here because we haven't really had any combat, a whole lot of combat this whole thing. So there's like no combat, no combat. So like we're not doing a whole lot. Combat, cool. And we have a couple more rooms, and then here combat. Like that's a fine. That's a fine, like, you know, two common encounters sort of spread out. That's okay. Their death alerts the Horde and Slarkest, who arrive shortly after. Well, they can be beaten. Troglodytes will keep coming. Okay. So all of that is really cool. Explain how we can destroy the thing. Like you have to spend an action doing this, or the treat, like there's 2 pillars per hero holding this area up, and treat them like minions. So like that kind of thing. So you can attack all the pillars, or you can kill all the troglodytes, or whatever. You know, so that like clarify the mechanics. Sark is dead. Troglodyte unity will end. So yeah, all of this is super duper cool. I really like that adventure. Thank you guys so much for contributing. I think I have a few more that I need to go over, but I'm afraid I'm going to lose my voice if I keep talking too much longer. So maybe later this week I will continue reviewing them, or if any of you guys who submitted an adventure, if I don't know if I want to do another live review. So how about this? If you were one of the finalists, and you want if you're one of the finalists and you want additional feedback, if you want to continue to like develop your adventure and you want the feedback, any of the winners or the finalists, ping me on Discord. Shoot me a message on Discord, and you and I we can just chat one on one. How about we do that? We'll just schedule a time that you and I we can chat one on one, and we'll develop it that way. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I hope it's been helpful. Santurik, if you want to upload your notes again, if you took any notes, all of that was the last 2 times that was super helpful. I think you were the one who did that on Discord. But I hope it was helpful for you guys. The next jam. When you have a moment, I'd appreciate if you could take a look at the email I sent. Okay, I'll take a look at that. The next jam is going to be on monsters, but don't start designing yet because I'm going to set it up. I'm going to set the rubric up a little bit more specifically so that everybody sort of knows what to expect a little bit more, so that there's less worrying about word count and more focus on like the the end product that I'm looking for, so that everybody can be on the same page. Okay, guys, it's been a great design jam. I'm looking forward to seeing the finalized adventures and publishing them and sending them out and having people play them and all of that. So you guys are now all, if you weren't already, award-winning adventure designers. So congratulations to you guys. Feel free to use these logos if you've earned them wherever you want, and you can call yourself an award winner if that means anything to you. Your mom will be proud of you. Okay, you guys, thank you so much for hanging out. We will go and end it there.